Mutoti. I know the person knew me from primary school. If I meet anyone who calls me Mototi, I know the person met me in secondary school. If I know anyone who called me Mototi, they met me in university. If I meet anyone who says Motodi, met me in Newmont. So you can see I have so many different variations of my name. But actually, my name is Mototi. Mototi means the tree by the roadside. And the tree by the roadside, do we all know what it does? It provides shade, isn't it? And by providing shade, what does it get in return? What does it get in return? Those who are old enough will know. Lot of scars, isn't it? So I like the shade part of my name. I don't like the scars part of my name. But names are powerful. I see the scars too. So I'm here to share with you a few of my insights. I'm not an HR person, but I say I'm an HR person. And in this time of giving this speech, I hope to convince you that HR is not a department. That HR is everybody's job. When I started out, almost 30 years, actually next year will be 30 years, that just as the gentleman over there said, it was called personnel management. It was personnel management. And those days, it was around time clocking, a lot of time clocks. We used to have what we call time clocks, checking when you come in and when you go out, and your pay, which was paid by the paymaster, and a pay, Fuzi, what was the name of that? Pay office. There was a pay office. That was the kind of HR we had. Then it moved to human resources. And all of you are in that generation of human resources. But the last year or two, I'm sure you started to hear a new name. What is that? What's the new name? Human capital, some are saying. Some call it people management as well. People management. All those name changes are not just people becoming more savvy or want to sort of make the job look very sexy, but actually it's a transformation of the job. I think one of the guys said HR begins with a reception, isn't it? Um, when you do exit interviews for people, the real exit interviews, because there is the exit interview that tells you what you want to hear. I'm leaving for personal reasons to pursue other opportunities, isn't it? But there is always a reason. The real reason that most people, and statistically proven, leave work is because of their boss. It's because of their boss. It's because of the workplace. It's because the workplace does not provide that environment for them to thrive and give off their best every day. And that's all well-being is about. That's how I define well-being as an engineer. That you have, as an employee, have to have an environment where you come, you're supported, the environment creates the opportunity for you to always give up your best every single day. If the environment doesn't give that to you, then it's not taking care of you, and your well-being is in danger. So if you define it that broadly, whose job is it to be HR? Is it the HR department? Will they be able to do all of that? Certainly not. All of us, it's all of us our jobs as employees, first and foremost, to be that beacon of well-being. I think in my presentation, I put a definition up there. If you indulge me, let's look at that definition. The media guys, if you can go to the next slide, please. Uh, the one with the definition must be the one after that, not this one. Yes. So it says the World Health Organization defines well-being as a state in which an individual realizes their own abilities, can cope with the normal stresses of life, can work productively and fruitfully, and is able to make a contribution to their community. So the end result is contribution, isn't it? The rest is the ecosystem that you create for that contribution to be stellar every single day. Now, today, my speech will be more of storytelling. And some of the stories, I think at least Fuzi knows about it. I'm not sure whether Felicia knows about it, but I'm sure you've encountered some of it as you go along. In my leadership experience, I have had the privilege of managing lots of people in thousands. When I was mine manager at Newmont Ahafo Mine, I managed the biggest, I think about 70% of the employee numbers was just me, one department, over 1,000 people. And it was interesting because I learned a lot there. And I'm going to tell you some stories out of that time and the other subsequent times when I had the privilege of running bigger teams. I would say I'm humbled to have had the opportunity to run really large teams, 5,000 plus people at one time in my career or the other. Those of you who joined the webinar, you might have heard me say one story, and I want to repeat it. So this is about, call it 15 years ago. 15 years ago, not too long ago, 15 years ago, we were trying to bring women into heavy equipment operations 15 years ago. Huge resistance from the guys. Huge resistance. What did we do? We went to Kenya, see, Shidiem and the rest, in Totroso, and employed. In fact, we asked them, would you want to be a truck driver? And they said yes. A lot of them said yes without really knowing what it was about. Some had not even had the privilege of riding bicycles before, but they were going to drive a truck whose thigh is 2 times taller than you when you stand near it. But guess what? They did. We employed the first group of 6 female truck drivers, and we commissioned them with all the media bliss that goes with it. And they started to work. After a couple of months, one day I come to work, and I used to get to work very early. By 5:30, I was at work. I get to work, and the supervisors come to my office, and they said, manager, that we don't want the females anymore. They are this, they are that, they're this, they are that, all the complaints. So they said, they said all the things they could say. And when they finished, I looked them in the eye and I said, tell me, what is the proportion of females in Ghana? They said, well, more than 50%. Okay. How many females do we have? 6. What is the proportion of that with men? Probably less than 1%, isn't it? I want to tell you that we will have more females and not the other way around. So please get used to it. Guess what I learned as well? The females are your safest drivers. They are not your fastest drivers. They don't take the risk that men take. I get, in all that 7 years of being a mine manager, I've been called up at 2, 3 a.m. several times because somebody put a truck on its side. And a heavy truck on its side is a huge deal. And in all of them, there was only one that was a female. Only one. And I'm talking more than 10. Only one was a female. The females are your safest drivers. So I told the guys, the females are here to stay. But in terms of well-being, Having the females is one thing. It is not enough. If you do not create the environment for the females to thrive, they will leave. And guess what we saw? We started to see some of the females leaving for a number of reasons. Some maternity, and the maternity practices didn't really allow for a 12-hour shift. So once they want to get pregnant or they get pregnant, we take them off the truck and they don't come back. That's the end of it. But there is another one that I want to talk about, which is a bit of a story. Those of you who are aware of the mining environment, you must know that there is the radio. We use the radio quite a lot. And I used to hear on the radio almost every day, call to dispatch. Dispatch, I want to go to bush. I want to go to bush. I didn't understand what these guys were saying, going to bush, going to bush. Both the males and females said it though. But I was curious, so I asked one of them, what does going to bush mean? And naively I asked, I was told that actually it means they want to park their truck and literally go to the bush and attend to nature's call. I was very traumatized by that, to be honest. And I tried to find out why is that. So we have what we call the chop houses. And the chop houses is some kind of structure we build close to the pit where the workers can eat. So I went to the chop house to inspect the toilet facility. It was horrible, number one. Even me as a man, I probably would go to the bush than go there. Very horrible. Had no provision for the females. Although we've had the females, we've had a fanfare about them. We had absolutely no provision for them. So the females also went to the bush. Again, I felt very traumatized about that. And I set up with the team to rebuild chop houses across the mine. I think Fuzi is aware of that. We built the best chop houses so that the females can feel comfortable going there instead of going to the bush. Again, that's just one example of well-being. You can have the females in, if you don't have the right ecosystem for them, they will not thrive. So that's one example of well-being. The other example I want to talk about, and Newmont did it when I went to Goldfields, I introduced that there as well, is again around lactating rooms. So what is lactating room? So when the females come back or the mothers come back from maternity leave, most of the time we make them come to work later and they close earlier. So we make arrangements to pick them from their houses and take them back. But whilst they're at work, their children are not with them. And most of them, that was a tough thing, especially the first 3 months after returning from maternity. So we decided that, look, we will create a room where we will put a bed there, a fridge there, cool room, couch, air condition, so that these mothers can have the freedom to bring their nannies to work. And the nannies can be with their babies at work whilst they were working. If they have a break, they can go to the lactating room, express their breast milk, put it in the fridge for the nanny to feed the babies. Guess what that did? It didn't cost us that much. But what it did was we saw better productivity with the women, and we saw them staying longer. So why am I recounting these stories for you? I'm recounting these stories because your team said moving it from what? Policy to practical. I'm giving you practical examples of the things you can do that can improve employee well-being and can make your organizations more productive. The organizers, Pat and the rest, know a little thing about me beyond my name, that I like to be called Josh, isn't it? And I like to be called Josh. Everybody who knows me calls me Josh in the mining industry. And I like it that way. I don't want doctor. I don't want engineer. I don't want anything. I want Josh. I noticed one thing that was a hard thing for some people, especially my last employment. I don't want to mention the name. When I got there, I said, look, I want us all to refer to each other by our first names. Whoa. Something as innocuous as that. It caused a big uproar. Big uproar. How can a national service person call me a big auntie by my first name? They will not respect us. Oh, there's this. Oh, that. I'm a pastor. I want to be called pastor. I am deacon. I want to be called deacon. I'm a professor. I've earned it. I must be called that. There was a huge argument about that. I said, well, I'm going to lead by example. I want to be called Josh. And for me, it does not matter whether the person is a national service person who works in that same day. They can call me Josh. I don't want to be called Mr. Josh. Just Josh. Something as simple as that. You would say it looks like window dressing, but guess what it does? It opens you up. It pulls the barriers down. It makes people approach you, become more approachable. They can come to you and they can tell you about their difficulties. And you can become a more effective leader that way. It's so simple. It does not take anything away from you. Nothing. So I encourage you in your workplaces if you can. For me, it has helped me tremendously, practically. I know it will help you. When I got to that same company, one thing I found was the managers had a different uniform. They wore white. And everybody else wore whatever. And because the managers don't wear the same thing everybody else wore, they didn't take care of what everybody wore. So everybody came dressed in something. And I said, we're going to stop that. We're going to start with a uniform. And everybody will wear the same uniform. Whether it's me, manager, or day one employee. And we did. Guess what it did? Broke down barriers again. Broke down barriers again. Made us all identify ourselves as one team. And I can say proudly, in the 3 years that I was there, every single year, we achieved our production target. In fact, we overachieved it. And we supported the overall company. It is accumulation of these things, small things. Accumulation of the small things. The other one, interesting. When I got there, and I'm sure those from the public sector, you have that, tons of it. There were designated parking lots. CFO, MD, CCDD, all that kind of stuff, isn't it? And if the CFO or whoever is not there, his lot will be empty. And other people will have to hustle somewhere else. So I say, we take out name parking lots. If you come early, you park at the available space. What do you think that would do? People didn't like it, right? But what do you think invariably ended up doing? People came to work early so they can get the best spot, right? But he broke that down. Those little things add up. Those little things add up. You notice I haven't talked about mental health at all. You notice I haven't talked about that. In the study of well-being, the moment you talk about well-being, people think it should only be about mental health. But there are many things that stress people. A lot of things stress people. And it's their work environment. Most of it is coming from the work environment. So if you make that work environment congenial, if you make that work environment supportive, I mean, you've done what you need to do. Right? So mental health, as far as I'm concerned, is an end product of an environment that is not supportive. So instead of spending time just dealing with only the mental health, by that time it's too late, right? The person has been damaged, and you're now trying to counsel the person. Employee assistance programs, by the way, you should have them. They're very important. But what I'm saying to you is that there's a lot you can do before that employee gets into an employee assistance program. And that you have control over as managers. That you have control over as leaders. And those are these little things and the stories I was talking to you about. If you can fix those, you create a place where people will have the well-being that they desire to give off their best every single time. I hope that makes sense. And these things work. There's another thing on my presentation that talks about, I think it's a chart that talks about results, the return on investment for having good employee well-being. If you can go to that one, it's a chart. Yes, this one. This one. No, go back. Yes, this one. So let's just go over this one. I like the statistics. It estimates that $1 trillion a year lost in productivity globally due to depression and anxiety. And it says that for every $1 spent on mental health, companies see a $2 to $4 return in improved productivity and reduced absenteeism. World Health Organization in 2022. The other one, financial, says employees with access to financial wellness programs are 15% more productive and 20% less likely to leave their jobs. And then the third one, it says companies with wellness programs reported a 25% reduction in absenteeism and 40% lower healthcare costs. So these are no-brainers, isn't it? It proves results. If you do it practically, there is a return on investment. So even if you're an accountant, like me as well, and you count the numbers every single time, there is a return on investment for taking the time to put in the right well-being activities at your workplace. And what I'm advising you is well-being should go beyond just mental health. Do the other things that I've talked about and add mental health program. Get an employee assistance program to help and support people who need it. And you would have captured all the things that you need to ensure that your workplace gives you the environment that allows your employees to come to work and be productive every single day. Thank you very much.
Please, you can do better. You can do better. You can do better. It was an awesome presentation, sir. Thank you very much for having us, sir. Sorry, thank you for having us, Josh. Honestly, I'm also not used to naming first names. It's born out of our culture. Really difficult mentioning people by their first names, but we'll try.
So just as we have been enlightened with these points, I think it's time to do some practical. Find out from the person sitting by you his or her first name. Try it. His or her first name.
The first name.
And try break down some barriers and see. Mention the first name alone, no title.
Emmy. Sam.
So from this moment going, my name is Sam. I'm no more Pastor Sam Obrobe. I am Sam.
And I'm
Friends,
Emmy.
address me as Sam. The pastor is reserved. Sam. Thank you. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's okay. So Josh has given us an enlightenment and is taking steps. I'm feeling a bit of it, calling myself Sam without the pastor, but I'll try. That's okay. Let's move on. We have our next speaker to help us. And we have a video of his profile to show.
Meet our esteemed speaker, Dr. Ayan B. Kwamini, a trailblazer in employee assistance programs with over 25 years of experience across the Caribbean and Africa. With a PhD in organizational leadership and a master's in social work, Dr. Kwamina is a leading expert in strategic EAP development, crisis intervention, and policy development. As a certified employee assistance professional and a director at large for the Employee Assistance Professional Association International, Dr. Pamina is shaping the future of EAP globally. Currently based in Accra, Ghana, he brings a wealth of expertise to the table and now get ready to adopt a holistic approach to supporting your employees as he shares his insights on employee well-being, a 360-degree approach to supporting the employee as a whole. Let's give a warm welcome to Dr. Ayan B. Pamina.
So as Pamina joins us, a quick announcement for you to take note.
Yes, so please kindly take note that there's going to be a Q&A session. There's going to be a special time for that. And so please, if you have any questions from any of the speakers, kindly note them down. We'll take it. And then please, for those online, please type in the message box. Your comments and your questions will be taken from there, and then we'll ask the speakers as we go on. Thank you very much.
Let's go. Let's do it for Pamina to join us.
All righty. Good morning, everyone. I am fine, thank you, and yourself. Okay. All right. Someone asked me just a while ago how to pronounce my first name, and it's actually Ian. They went further to ask what is the meaning, and I was like, I have absolutely no idea. Yeah, I can tell you what the Kwamina mean. Right? Born on a Saturday. However, I was born on a Thursday, so I'm Yao. Right? So we can put aside the E and say it'll be Yao Kwamina. Yeah. Alrighty. So my role here today is actually to share some insight, or as I say, nuggets on best practices as it relates to employee well-being, but more so that 360-degree approach. And I want to underpin that, the 360-degree approach, in recognizing that when we think about well-being, we are looking at the holistic individual, the holistic employee. So a little bit about, in terms of my background, the organization that I work for, which is based in Trinidad and Tobago, it's an external EAP provider, and we provide EAP services for companies throughout Trinidad and Tobago, as well as the English, French, and Spanish-speaking Caribbean. So the nuggets that I share here today is based on the work that we do with these organizations, but more so the work that we do with our own organization. Because I feel that as leaders, we have to lead by example. We have to be not just trailblazers, but more so walk the talk, right? Not just say certain things, but actually do it. So as we go out as employee wellness professionals, employee assistance professionals, and supporting our organizations, we recognize that's important for us to put some of the things that we're putting into place put it into practice, see it working, and then with confidence, when we're having conversations and consultations and providing advice to our clients' companies, we're able to share these are the things that have worked, right? It's not by guess. These are the things that work, right? So I thank the keynote for at least providing some context in terms of well-being, right? When we think of employee well-being, we know that it really encompasses the physical, the emotional, right? The psychological, the social health of employees, right? We know for a fact that's critical. But more importantly, we're looking at that 360-degree approach. What does that mean? Right? Yes, we want to ensure that an employee is healthy. We want to ensure that the employee is happy. We want to ensure that the employee is comfortable. But what does that look like for us as HR practitioners, employee assistance professionals, persons who are in the field to be able to provide support for employees? So when we think of the 360-degree approach, we are looking at it from the lens of the 8 dimensions of wellness. Right? We are saying that when we're looking at the wellness of individuals, there are 8 components that we need to pay attention to. So we are adopting that same approach in terms of looking at 360 degrees. So we're now looking at not just the 4 areas that I touched on before, but more importantly, that holistic piece, right? The various elements. So as the nuggets that I would share later on, it speaks to each of these components, right? So 1, physical well-being, right? So we need to ensure that as custodians of care, and I always like to use the word custodians of care, think of as a parent, right? You have that responsibility to provide that support, due diligence, care for persons under your charge, right? The same thing as HR practitioners. You are the custodian of care to ensure that employees are well. We are not to say that employees themselves have a part to play in the process, right? Everyone has a part to play in ensuring that employee well-being is taken care of, it's addressed. But as leaders, and I want to stress, as leaders, we have that additional responsibility, just like parents. You know, you have to be that responsible adult, right, to take care of persons within your organization, right? So we know that when we look at physical well-being, we want to be able to address, yes, in terms of looking at our physical health. We know the incorporation of fitness, medical care, screening, those things. So we know that's the approach that we want to be able to look at. Talk more on that. The mental and emotional well-being. We're saying that what are some the initiatives that we're putting in place to address stress, to address work-life balance, to address mental health support for persons, right? Our keynote talked about the introduction of employee assistance program and the importance of that, right? Financial well-being. One of the key goals for employees is financial stability, right? So what are the things that we're putting in place to ensure that that economic stability is there? What are the things that we're putting in place in preparing for when they move out into retirement? What does that look like? What does it look like for now in terms of savings at this point in time? A healthy, happy employee is obviously more productive, but it becomes difficult if there are concerns financially, the financial needs is not being met. So we need to make sure that we have programs and initiatives in place to be able to address that. Social well-being, right? How are we allowing space and opportunities for employees to engage and create community? What does that relationship look like, right? If for some reason I am coming to the organization and I am not talking with everyone in the organization, why am I there? Right? Is that a healthy space? Is that a space to be able to build relationship? So as custodians of care, we know that we have that responsibility to ensure that the things that we're doing, we're creating those opportunities for social wellness. Yeah? Occupational well-being. Yes, you get the job, you're hired, but it goes beyond that. How are we creating opportunities for persons to look at career growth and development? How are they growing and moving through the organization? Right? How are they able to manage the responsibilities on the work as well as responsibilities of the work? So we have to ensure that that 360-degree approach takes us into consideration. We are addressing all the needs. The same thing with regards to the environmental well-being. How are we creating that? How are we creating that psychological safety for persons, that sense of belonging, that place where persons feel respected and feel valued? Right? So environmental well-being is important. And of course, finally, community and spiritual, looking at how persons' personal fulfillment is met within the work that they do. How persons are able to connect not only to their own values and beliefs, how it also ties in and aligns with the organization. So when we think about that 360-degree approach, we need to make sure that we are considering initiatives, programs that addresses the employee's well-being from a holistic point of view. Good so far? Right? So, holistic. Right? So we know what it is we want to get to, but how are we going to get there? For the time being, stick a pin or put aside the challenges, the hurdles, all the barriers. Put aside all those things. Think of you have an opportunity right now to have a clean slate. Right? What would that look like for? How, as HR practitioners, as business owners, as C-suite executives, or as leaders, how are we engaging in looking at that holistic piece? What are the things that we would need to do? And we have to start with, or at least my first of it is creating that workplace culture. Creating a workplace culture that supports holistic employee well-being. That's where we need to start. Clean slate. So from that perspective, you're coming to this organization, we're creating this organization from scratch. Right? We have an opportunity to bring the right persons to do the job. In that space, you want to be able to create a culture of success. Right? Take that same mindset in working with what it is you currently have. Right? It is not impossible. We have to start someplace. And that place is that you want to be able to create that culture, workplace culture that supports holistic employee well-being. Right? What does that look like? So there are three things that we need to pay attention to. It would be looking at leadership commitment, psychological safety, and a sense of belonging. So we're looking at the what, right? The what it is I need to be able to do to address the workplace culture, to create that workplace culture. So let's move ahead. Let's go over. Okay, right. So again, we're looking at the what, right? What it is we need to do to be able to ensure that we create that workplace culture. So we know as leaders, we need to model and prioritize well-being, encouraging open conversations about stress, workload, and mental health. So we started there as role model. Right? We need to understand that we have a commitment to create that space where we are making employee well-being a priority. Right? It is not an add-on, it's not a nice to have, but it is a necessity.
Recording in progress.
Right? It is a necessity. Right? We want to be able to create that space. So that's the what. The second what is psychological safety. Right? Oftentimes, we talk about wanting to have an inclusive environment, having a space where, well, we know in organizations where we have all the generations in the workplace. Yes, it's diverse. We just did an exercise in terms of who is creative and who is intelligent, right? So we have all those differences that coming in. But if it is, we're not, so let's go back. So we hire all these persons with this expertise, but we're not creating a space where persons feel comfortable to be able to share their opinion, their views, or contribute without the fear of retaliation. How are we creating that psychological space for persons to be able to share? I had a conversation earlier, we're talking about men and not asking for help. It's a sign of weakness. And it's not just here on the continent, it's across the board. Right? Next week will actually be 18 years with Families in Action, the organization I've been with. And when I first started, one of the companies in Trinidad, oil and gas, male dominated, and usage was low in terms of accessing employee assistance program. Doesn't necessarily mean to say that there aren't any issues, but recognizing that what are the barriers, what is preventing persons from accessing that support. And some of the things that we started to do was then having on-site visits with employees. Not just having them access the EAP off-site, but rather we're coming on site. We're in the hard hat, we're in the boots, and we're walking around. We're doing walk around, and we're meeting the guys where they're at. And just having informal conversation. And that's where it started. And over a 2-year period, we saw a significant increase in male employees accessing help, accessing support. It was part of the fatigue in terms of, oh, we're talking to each other. Oh, you need to get EAP. We're waiting for the EAP man to come, and you need to go and talk to the EAP. So those were the conversations that they were now having with each other. So we're not saying that men don't need the help. It's important for us to be able to create that psychological space, that space where persons can be vulnerable in order to be able to share. Right? So as leaders, we need to pay attention to that. So leaders need to encourage feedback, show empathy, and some of the trainings that we do, we talk about now leading with empathy. What does that look like? And handle mistakes as learning opportunities rather than failures. We all make mistakes, right? But how are we learning from those things? What are the things that we're doing? And I say, as leaders, we have to be able to pay attention to that. The other piece is that sense of belonging, right? That sense of belonging where I like being in this space. I like interacting and engaging with my coworkers, right? I feel respected. I feel valued. The contributions that I made, it's recognized. So that's what we're talking about in terms of that sense of belonging. So when we're looking in terms of creating that culture, that workplace culture that supports the holistic employee in terms of well-being, we need to make sure that leaders are fully committed, they're on board, and see it as a priority in terms of providing that support. 2, we are intentional in creating the space for psychological safety where persons can give feedback and share. And also, we want to make sure that we're creating an environment where persons feel that they belong. All right? So that's the what. Now let's go in to the how. What does that look like? Okay. Next. So while waiting for that to come up, So we're looking at the how, but we'll be looking at the how based on the 8 dimensions, right? The 8 areas. So first, we're looking at best practices, employee voice and engagement. So we're talking about that psychological safety in terms of creating that space. So we know here we want to make sure that we have an opportunity where employees can regularly give feedback, and not only in terms of giving feedback, but leadership is in a space where they can receive that feedback and provide that support, right? I constantly have conversation with leaders along the lines of, we're talking about making change in the organization, but do not push go until, as an organization, you are ready to receive the feedback, the good, the bad, and the indifferent, receiving the feedback, and what are the things that we need to do? Why is our commitment in terms of action in those things? The commitment to action in doesn't necessarily mean to say, because the employee want X, we have to give X today, but rather looking in terms of what that would look like over a period of time. It may be a phased approach, and where we're having constant communication with employees to be able to share what the plan is. So they recognize that the feedback, the concerns, and information that they have put forward, it has not gone on deaf ears, because sometimes they feel, oh, we're going through this process every time. Every time you have to complete a survey and nothing gets done, right? So we have to start with a place where we have to be intentional. If it is we're creating space for the feedback, we also have to create a space and a commitment to action what we receive, what comes our way, all right? And I want to be able to give an example here. And the areas where you see in green is some of the nuggets, some of the things that we would actually do with organizations. So some of our organizations, they do these toolkit or toolbox meetings, right? It's scheduled. In some instances, it's every week. Sometimes it's every other week. Sometimes it's once a month. So you want to be able to use those things, use those opportunities. So sometimes it's not necessarily trying to create a new space, because as I'm sharing these nuggets, talking from the place of what could be a little more cost effective, right? Because that's always a piece, right? Yes, we're talking about all these things that we need to do, but it comes at a cost. So the nuggets I'm sharing here is the things that doesn't necessarily come at a cost in terms of that financial piece. Well, if you think of it, it would be like, well, if we spend an additional 50 minutes, it'd be a lost time on the line. But if it is we're saying that employee well-being is a priority, then that 50-minute is important, right? So we're creating that space where persons are sharing that, right, in that normal setting, as opposed to you doing a survey and you sending it out. Well, one, some persons may not have access to email, the technology to be able to get the survey. So how are we making sure that we creating opportunities to get genuine feedback? In some instances, we have employees that would have had literacy would have been an issue. So they're not comfortable in terms of writing things down, right? So we take note of all of those things. But if it is we're able to have these conversations, and more so, not necessarily the CEO or senior management coming in, but rather their supervisor, their line manager, in our normal everyday setting, where we're creating that space where persons can start having that dialogue and start sharing, right? Because it's now in their organic space, as opposed to changing the environment, then those create barriers and persons may not always be willing in terms of wanting to share, right? So we know that feedback is important. So just as I talk about the toolkit, we also have water cooler conversations. So sometimes along the corridors, we would have, again, line managers just stopping and talk, hey, Johnny, how's it going? And just having those casual conversations. But it's doing it intentional to be able to get feedback from persons. The other thing that we do as well is allow employees to be part of the conversation when it comes to creating wellness policies. They have to be part of it. And one of the things that we do at organizations is encourage organizations to create these wellness committees. And these wellness committees would be made up of employees representing different parts of the organization. And oftentimes it includes a union rep as well too, because it's very important that we get everyone on board and everyone has ownership to what it is that we want to be able to do and be able to move things forward. So again, remember, are we creating this workplace culture that supports employee well-being? We need to make sure that employees' voice is heard, and we need to ensure that we create opportunities to engage employees. Alrighty? Good so far? Okay. Alrighty. So the next one, recognition. Right? So we know we talk about persons need to have this sense of belonging, right? How do I create that sense of belonging? Persons need to feel that their contribution matters. No matter where you are in the organization, your contribution matters. And persons have to be able to see that how we all have an important role to play in order for the success of the organization. All right? So when we look at in terms of recognition, we know that we have to look at creating a culture of appreciation. I'm not too sure if it happens here, but I know with the companies that we work with, we always first talk about what you did wrong. And we would never highlight or put a spotlight on the things that persons do well. Right? So again, if it is we want to create that workplace where persons feel appreciated, we know there are things that we would need to do. So there are several examples. Praise employees in team meetings, right? You want to be able to give them big up in that meeting. So that same toolkit meeting that we have, or that toolbox meeting, you want to be able to share what this individual would have done, or persons on the team would have done, right? In instances, it goes a long way if it is you have a senior member of the team, an elder, who's able to give that big up, as opposed to coming from the line manager or from someone else, right? So the thing is that more than anything, you would know your organization, you would know the members of your team, and you would know what are some of the strategies that would work best, right? And sometimes you may have to try different ones until you figure out the right one. But you have to be able to do that. And you have to recognize that one way of appreciating John may be very different from Jane in terms of that appreciation. So you have to also take that into consideration as well too, right? So we're talking about featuring the employee on if you do morning devotions and morning prayer. You're going to be able to highlight that person there. We have had instances where persons would do their spotlight on employees in the WhatsApp chat. So many organizations, they have these team chats now. Thank you to the pandemic. It did create some opportunity where we can leverage technology to our advantage, right? So we have these team chats. You're able to put the spotlight there in terms of the good work and celebrate the good work that individuals would have done. If there's a newsletter, social media, whatever it is that you want to be able to do. Some organizations, they have this recognition board, bullet board, but they put like a post-it where you're able to share, give some, big up some highlights, and you put it on the board. In some organizations, even when they have their same teams meeting, they again would ask members of the team, is there anyone that you would want to be able to highlight? Right? So we're taking the time to be able to create opportunities for recognition to occur. All right? And then, of course, special privilege. Right? Who doesn't like to feel special? We all do. Right? So we need to ensure that we use that same approach. Right? And some of the strategies that we have worked with organizations is where persons would have done a significant work in an organization, they may have lunch with senior leadership, or some persons may get the best spark. So there are different things that we're able to do for persons. May give them the opportunity to be able to lead a meeting or to lead a project, right? So these are some of the things that we have been able to do to be able to create that recognition that persons not only want, but it's important that we show that appreciation, right? So again, these are some examples that we can do, right? The next best practice is, again, looking at the dimensions, is career development. We know that we have to create opportunities where persons are seeing career growth. What are things that are happening, right? So there's shadowing, there's cross training, where we have the opportunity of persons to be able to shadow a leader or a senior person in the organization. So we're creating those spaces, right? We also have the opportunities where persons can cross train, where they go to different departments to be able to understand or understudy what's taking place. And we know that some of these things are very theory and textbook, but it works. You have to be able to put it in practice. And again, you would have to see in terms of, can this work in my environment? Always come back to that. Please do not just take strategies wholesale and lump it in your organization. You have to take the time to, okay, understand your organization, understand the employees, and see where these things fit, right? We have also in terms of online resource. So there are so many free resources that are available. You want to be able to share that information with persons. Give them the opportunity to join professional member organization that also have free webinars. So sometimes it might be you taking note of those things and sharing with them. So some of the organizations that we are part of, as we get the information, we share it not only with our employees, but we also pass it on to our HR representatives, so they can also share with employees in their team. Right? Knowledge sharing is important, and if we're talking about career development, we know that we want to make sure that we're creating space for that. Right? Another thing we have to look at is, how are we creating these career pathways for persons to see that there's a space for me in this organization and not that I'm just hitting that ceiling constantly, right? Now, the organization I'm with, it's 37 years this year, the organization in terms of existence. It is a non-governmental organization, so it's a not-for-profit organization. But part of the work that we do to be able to become self-sustaining is we entered in the field of employee assistance in 1991. So the organization, as an NGO, doesn't have a lot of money, right? So persons are coming in, we're creating that workplace culture where they want to be part of, but the reality is that financial stability is important, financial security. So if persons are into this organization and they're like, okay, I'm here and it's a flat organization, where do I go? Right? So one of the things that we just rolled out with our organization, and more so in the employee assistance and workplace support department, which when I started 18 years ago, it was myself and a manager. And then a year after, it was just myself. And over the years, in terms of creating different levels and more opportunities. So recently, we would have changed in structure. So we would have looked at one position and we broke it into three in terms of 3 levels. And then we were intentional in terms of start hiring person at the lower level, at the lowest level, and then they have the opportunity to be able to work their way up, right? So we have created these pathways for persons to say, yes, this is an organization I definitely want to be able to grow in, right? So these are some of these strategies that we have done. So for you, if it does exist, make sure those things are clearly communicated and persons understand what opportunities are there. Yeah. We also want to make sure that we are also having those conversations with persons as it relates to their career pathways. Right? We want to be able to have those conversations so we can start providing support for employees. Okay, can move on to the next. Next slide. All right. Work-life balance, very important. So how are we ensuring that persons are able to not only manage their responsibilities at work, but also the responsibilities off work and not being stressed? So a couple of things that we do, we look at in terms of flexible work environment, right? So it's a lot of organizations, they will look in terms of having those flexible schedules for persons. So it may be a flexible schedule where we're no longer doing that 8 to 4 or that 9 to 5, but rather persons have the opportunity to start their work from either 7 a.m. to 9 and therefore end either at 3 or 6, depending on the start time. So when we're talking about the flexible schedule, it's not necessarily that this week I want to come in for 7, then next week I want to come in for rather. But from the time we start, we sit and say, okay, this is the flexible start time that we would have, and we therefore have that structure. So it's not a case that everyone is trying to come into the organization at the same time with the rest of the country, right? Because then there's that traffic, right? So we have that flexible schedule. The also piece that we have as well too, it's also creating opportunities for persons to work shorter hours, right? So we call this in terms of that compressed time. So we will start with that. So in some of the oil and gas companies, they have the 980 where they would work for 2 weeks, they would work 9 days. So for 10 days, for the 9 days, they would work that 80 hours and then they would get every other Friday off, right? So in our organization, we implemented something similar. So it was for us the 440, where we work 4 days and we would get every Friday off. But the 4 days, we would do the full 80 hours or full 40 hours during that 4-day period. Because the reality was, because the work that we did, it wasn't necessarily synced to your clock in and your clock out. Many times persons were working normally beyond that time, right? So now what we did in terms of creating an opportunity where persons would have had that week off, that day off. So every Friday you would have had off. One of the things that we even did with regards to the career pathways, we also introduced a shortened work week. So now members of the team work 4 days a week and they're off on the 5th day. And the 4 days, they do 1 day in office and the next 3 days remote. Because we're seeing that persons are valuing the importance of personal commitment, family time, and the other things they have to focus on, right? So if it is we're able to allow persons to be successful in the work that they do, while at the same time taking care of their family and other responsibilities, those things are just as critical, right? We can actually move ahead. You can move ahead to the last slide. Just pull it all together. You can skip that. Okay, right. Go back two slides. Right there. Yes. Okay. All right. All right. So I want to end with this in terms of looking at, so just as we look at the respective areas, we also need to pay attention to what a comprehensive wellness program would look like, right? And the key things that we need to look at. Again, the physical well-being. So what are the things that we're doing? Some of the things that we have done with our organization in terms of having team sports. So we now have a team cricket or team football where persons are coming together, engage for free. Some organizations may have gym membership and all of those things, able to put in a gym and a cafeteria. Most organizations don't have that. So we have to look in terms of what are the things that we can do to still pay attention to physical well-being. We recently had with some of our organization the Biggest Loser Challenge, where persons are able to not only work out together, but also lose weight together. You're able to do weekly health tips. And again, use WhatsApp in terms of sharing information. There are countless information that's out there. You just want to be able to share nuggets to persons. If it is we start sharing nuggets with persons, then the conversation comes up. In terms of mental health and emotional well-being, we know, of course, an employee assistance program is definitely there to be able to provide that support. So one of the things that we're able to do is look at having short mental health breaks, right? So you may not have the money to be able to say, bring someone in to do an actual session, but you can say, okay, let's take short breaks. Let's make sure that instead of us having lunch in front of our computer at our desk, let's create an opportunity for us to be able to sit together. Or sometimes let's have the meeting under the tree, outside, in the shade, right? So we need to be able to pay attention to some of those things that would be able to help with our mental health. The other piece in terms of financial well-being, right? So again, just as we do with emotional and social piece, we're able to do these nuggets in terms of weekly tips in terms of financial help for some person in terms of if a SUSU has a savings opportunity, that's some of the things that we can do. And of course, free literacy. what are some services that are available in the community, free resources that we'll be able to leverage and invite to be able to share the information for us. And of course, finally, in terms of social well-being. So for us, we have team shutdowns. So once a month, we shut down for 2 hours. And it's actually the opposite. So a lot of our companies in the oil and gas, shutdown means all hands on deck. So now everyone come out and do the work. We flipped it around, right? Shutdown means all hands on deck, but we're not doing work. We're coming together to socialize and connect, right? Sometimes it might be in terms of persons bring a little potluck, in terms of lunch, a meal, we sit together, we play games, but there's an opportunity for us to be able to connect socially, especially if you have instances where persons may be working remote on some days of the week, and therefore they don't have the opportunity to be able to connect. So we have to be intentional in terms of creating that space for persons, right? So I know there's a couple of nuggets that I've shared. I definitely would pass the presentation on so persons would have the information. But I want to end by saying that we have to be intentional. We have to look at what are the things that we have control of, right? As I said, there are countless challenges that would prevent us from doing what is needed, but we have to stop and look at what it is I have control of. And if you start with, I have control over my team. So even though I would have gotten X and Y mandates, okay, how I'm now receiving that information, how I'm now making it sense for my team. Again, employee well-being is important. We have to look at that holistic approach in making sure that we touch on all aspects of employee well-being, because a happy employee is a productive employee. A productive employee, not only in terms of on the job and off the job, but we're seeing success in all aspects of their life. Right? So thank you, everyone.
Thank you. The name again is Ian. Ian. That's fine. Thank you very much. So all that he made us aware is a 360 well-being. He's saying that we should be intentional. The person by you, just ask the person, are you intentional? Then you should be intentional. That's fine. I want to take the opportunity to acknowledge our sponsors. We are highly sponsored by Apes Health Insurance. We have KEK Insurance Brokers Limited. And our partners for this program is Strategic HR Professionals. We have HR Network Africa. We have the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We have ghextractives.com. We have Okante Studios. We have Riviera. We have My Health Corp, Votic. We have Coca-Cola Beverages Africa. And our media partners, we have Radio 360, 90.1 FM. We have Sky Power, 93.5 FM. And then we have Good News, 96.3 FM. And Empire 102.7 FM. These are partners and our sponsors. Let's listen to some announcements and we can take it from there.
We'll snack break. We're having a snack break, and then please take note of the following. Mr. Freeman, Freeman will be handling our speakers, and so please be on your seat. One gentleman will attend to you for your snack. And then for those of us on this part, you use the table there. And then those of us here, that is on my left, will also use the table there. And then we have small chops like meat pie, spring rolls, Rockies. And then the drinks, we have mixed fruits, cold chocolates, bisa, tea, and then coffee. And so please make yourselves comfortable. We have just 15 minutes for the snack break. Come back and continue. Thank you very much.
So whilst you have the snack, please connect, network, take the contact, and do follow-ups. Thank you for your attention. Have a nice time.
So I'm a mechanical engineer, an HR, a lawyer, but I consider myself as a business leader doing HR work. So today I'm going to share my experiences in HR for the last 20 years that I've been practicing HR. But before that, I did engineering for about 15 years. So, the work has already been covered. Some of the concepts have already been discussed by the previous presenters. So I'm going to just go fast. But I will talk about the context. Then I'll talk about considerations for implementing employee well-being, and then the case studies, best practice from some organizations within Ghana or outside Ghana. Okay. So let's go to the context. So why are we doing? Why are organizations implementing employee well-being programs? There's a context to it. So we are going to look at the evolving workplace environment. The first one is demographic shifts. Now we have in the workforce, workforce. What do I mean by that? We have baby boomers, people who were born between 1946 and 1964. And let me make a confession that I am a baby boomer. We also have the Gen Z, Gen Z, millennials. So at the workplace, you have different varieties of with their specific needs, specific backgrounds, context, and everything. The other one is the increasing female employees at the workplace as a result of diversity, equity, and inclusion programs that various organizations are implementing. And like Joshua said, we have almost about 51, almost getting to 52% of Ghana's population being females. So it means that it's a business imperative for an organization to have a larger workforce being females because they represent the future. Then we also have post-pandemic, the COVID-19 development. COVID brought a new worldview of work. Hitherto, people had to work at the office, the workplace, 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, or depending upon your schedule, some do 4, 3. When COVID came, some of the arrangements had to be revisited. So we then had people working from home. And thereafter, after COVID, the workplace became significantly changed as it was before COVID, because people were now not prepared to come back to the office and work the usual 8 hours, 5 days a week, or 6-3, or 4-3, whatever that they had before COVID. And that was because we realized that working from home allowed organizations to tap into employees' productivity. Productivity was rather more enhanced when people were working from home than when they were working in the offices. And those of you who happen to be in Accra, thank you. So those of you who happen to be in Accra will testify that if you are staying at a place like Adenta, you need to leave around you needed to leave home before 5:30 to be able to get to the office by 8. So on average, you spend about 2 hours in traffic, and when you close, you spend another 2 hours. So that's about 4 hours of your productive time lost. But when we started working from home, we realized that, look, employees could do more because the 2 hours that you use to travel in and out, 4 hours, you could use that actually to do work for the business and also attend to your personal needs. The other one is increasing competitive pressures among organizations, and it all has to do with productivity. If you want to be a competitive organization, you need to be competitive, you need to be productive, you need to be profitable. How do we ensure that? It's about productivity improvement. Then now we are increasingly having cases of non-standard employment arrangements, and I'm sure all of you sitting here know about fixed-term employment contracts, freelancers, people who don't work permanently with any organization. They come in and work as and when they are required. We have various forms of employment arrangements now. Next slide. Go, next slide. Next slide. Next slide. No, go back to this slide. I just want to talk briefly about some key assumptions about employee well-being. So, one of the concepts is about subjectivity. Employee well-being is subjective. So what that means is that no one size fits all. So what might be good for one generation of employees, like the baby boomers, will not be what will work for Gen Zs or millennials. It's multidimensional, and my earlier speaker made mention of that. The 360 approach is it composes of a lot of, from the physical to the mental, the environmental, occupational, and all those things. Then it's also dynamic, it's changing. Employee well-being changes with time. It also has a contextual influence. And then it depends on the individual to take responsibility, as well as the organization provides the opportunities. It's also an individual responsibility. And then the various elements of employee well-being are connected. And then you need to function greatly in all the areas to have the positive outcomes that are expected. Next slide. Now, this is where I want to spend a bit more time. As HR practitioners, for us to be able to implement any program, we need to make a business case. How do you make a business case? If you take any organization, you produce goods or services. So let's take the case of organizations that are producing goods and services, or goods. So let's take a mining company, for instance. The mining company has various factors of production. You have labor, you have capital, the land, and the entrepreneurship, like we learned in basic economics. Now, you have various measures of productivity. The first concept of productivity is that it is simply defined as your revenue so the revenue divided by your total cost. And for a company or an organization to be productive, your productivity factor must be greater than 1. That means that you are profitable. It means that your revenue that you are generating is more than the cost that is being incurred. That's at the total level, macro level. But when we come down to the micro level, the various factors of production can also be measured. You can measure the productivity of individual components of production. So let's take labor. Labor productivity is defined by the total revenue divided by total employee hours. Okay. So if you take total revenue, then it means that labor productivity times total employee hours, right? Just make total revenue the subject of the formula. Okay. So what that means is that if you want to increase labor productivity, you want to increase total revenue, you either increase your labor productivity or your employee hours available. So the more employees hours available, because it's green, it's not very clear. But what I'm saying is that the more productive hours available, the more revenue that we generated, all things being equal. So we recruit employees to come and perform a job of producing those revenues. So if the employee is available at work, the more hours the employee is available, the more revenue that we can generate, and that will turn into the profit of the business. So we are saying that the greater the employee hours available, the greater the revenue generated, all things being equal. So if you are doing a program to promote employee well-being, it must be based on a business case. And the business case is that you are able to generate more revenue when the employees are available. Now, anything that takes the employee away from the workplace at any given point in time reduces your total revenue because it reduces the total employee hours. So if one employee doesn't come to work in a particular day, 8 hours is gone. So the 8 hours multiplied by the labor productivity. So if every employee is producing about, and I've spent the last 30-something, almost 14 years in the gold mining industry. And the gold mining industry, we measure our labor productivity by dividing the ounces produced by the number of employee hours available. So if it is 5 ounces per employee hour, And then the employee doesn't come to work for 30 hours. That's 30 times 5, and that is 150 ounces of gold multiplied by the gold price now is 3,000. So that's about 150 times 3,000 is about $450,000, and that is gold. So with this type of analysis, you're able to make a business pitch for implementing all the employee well-being programs that we have talked about, and then we are going to next slide. Next slide. Next slide. We've already talked about all these things, but this is also another way of presenting a business case. Reduce absenteeism. When you reduce absenteeism, it leads to increased productivity and revenue. It reduces your turnover and your recruitment costs. The more employees leave your organization, and you have to constantly recruiting people, your recruitment costs is rising. Therefore, putting in an employee well-being program will reduce your recruitment costs. It also reduces your health costs, improves the company culture, it increases competitiveness. It also reduces workman compensation claims. If people are getting injured or getting organizational illnesses, and they have to pay them employee workman compensation. Then engagement, and then brand reputation. Next slide. Right. So what are the key success factors for implementing any well-being program? First is business rationale for every employee program. And I've talked about the making a business case. You must be able to reduce it to numbers in dollar terms or in CD terms to be able to demonstrate that there's a business case for it. And then the organization will buy into it. The next one is leadership commitment. It must be visible, and the leaders must actively participate in those programs. It's not, oh yeah, you support employee well-being programs, but you never see any of the leaders participating. Then there must also be an employee buy-in. The employees must also buy into the program. That is what is in, we call it the YFM. What is in it for me? Employees must understand what they stand to gain. And there must be KPIs or key performance indicators for measurement of your program. And then there must be continuous improvement. And then we must have programs that are inclusive, accessible, and are fun to engage in. And one of the increasing revelation now is the use of technology. We can leverage technology to promote our employee well-being programs. And lastly, there must be regular feedback. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. So various elements of employee well-being initiatives, ranging from physical, that's on-site fitness facilities, gym membership, companies pay for their employees to be able to access those membership facilities, healthy diets, ergonomic workspaces, the employee assistance program people have talked about, financial education, retirement planning, employee discounts, emergency financial, what we call compassionate loans, social team building, volunteer opportunities, and all the. So I wanted to look at a few case studies. One of them is, next slide. All right. So, Obuasiman, one of the physical well-being programs that they implemented was the malaria control program. And this was a program that we had to partner with Global Fund. It involves spraying residential facilities, called indoor spraying. So you spray the rooms so that you reduce the presence of mosquitoes. And why did we do that? We had to do that because we realized that when we did an analysis of all our medical attendances, we realized that about 50% of our hospital cases were due to malaria, followed by hypertension and then diabetes. So we had to then implement the malaria control program. And within the first year of implementing it, absenteeism reduced by 50%. You see the graphs, and you see how absenteeism due to malaria came down significantly. Then we also had to embark on hypertension and diabetes awareness programs, where we have workers be educated, they go through this testing for hypertension and then put on programs to bring them under control. And then for social well-being, the company established a football club build a stadium, had a band, had a sports club where you had a lot of programs from table tennis to badminton, volleyball, football, etc., hash rounds. Also introduced retirement planning programs and financial education programs based upon a business case justification. And this was an already existing man that was there for more than 100 years. Other case studies are Adobe, which is a software company. They have on-site fitness centers, healthy lunch options, flexible work options. They have the Johnson & Johnson Live for Life program. They have the global HIV prevention program, in-house stress management, employee safe driving. The Google has a colored coded healthy meals. And then the last one on my list before I sit down is about the company I work for now, and that is Newmont. So the Newmont has 3 strategic pillars of our well-being program. The first one is support. The second one is preventive, and the third one is promote. So under our preventive programs, we have pre-employment screening of all our employees, and then we also have periodic screening. Once you are in employment, periodically we screen you. But the pre-employment one is to establish a database of all your health indicators, hypertension, hearing, all the things that you can imagine. And then periodically, based upon the nature of the work that you are doing, whether 6 months or 12 months, some go for shorter periods of regular periodic screening. And then you plot all those things on the graph, and you see when some of the indicators start deteriorating or start increasing, then you have interventions, and that's where the support comes in. We also have workplace risk management, where we look at the design of the workplace. Desks that you can sit down and stand and work. So when you are sitting down and you feel like you want to get up, you just adjust, and then the desk will rise with your laptop and everything, and you stand and work, and then when you want to sit down. Then we also have the rosters, reviewing our roster from 14/7 to 7/7/7. We also have some people doing 4/3. And then we also have, under promoting, we have inclusion and diversity programs, business resource groups. We also encourage our employees to participate in corporate volunteer programs. And then for the support, we have the EAP, which is the Employee Assistance Program, which there are 1,001 elements. We have a counseling unit, a service provider, said that if our employees have issues with mental or traumatic events, they can call that helpline for the necessary assistance. And if it gets to the case where yours has to go through psychiatric treatment, then we also provide that. We also have the first line responder training for employees, supervisors, so that because the supervisor with the employee, if the employee has any problem, the supervisor will be the first point. So we also give them training as what to do before they refer the employees to professional services. And they also remove barriers that will make employees not access some of the services through the health insurance programs, and making available all the resources. And then they will monitor the performance of our EAP programs, and then continuously refining those things. So in conclusion, what I want to say is that by integrating well-being program strategies into HRM, organizations can create a supportive and inclusive environment that drives employee engagement, productivity, and overall business success. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Fuzi. We've had some food for thought. And one study that struck me was the one from AGA. Just a malaria program. The malaria program can bring down 50% of absenteeism. That's massive. And I think we have CEOs here, we have business leaders here. Don't let us fall sick. Help us. Is that okay to all of us? Are we going to take it to action? That's fine. So we quickly want to go for our third speaker to, sorry. To you, it is the fourth, but to me, it's my third. Is that okay?
You are counting 1, 2, 3, but I'm counting from a different level. So please understand me. Is that okay? Are we together on this? Or we have to battle it? That's fine. So we have online participants. We want to acknowledge them. So we have Christian Kwatin Wayo joining us online. We have Etel Lanyo joining us online. George Kweku joining us online. A whole lot of lists. Kwame Obin Yebua joining us online. Marian Atabenya joining us online. Owusu Ansa Comfort is online with us today. Yaira Apete is online. Yvonne A. Lamte is online. But for today, we can scrap off all their surnames and call them by their first name, breaking barriers. That's fine. So I want to quickly have a video of our next speaker to join us. Please fix your eyes on the screen.
With 18 years of expertise in cultivating high-performing teams, with a proven track record across diverse industries in the UK and Ghana, Felicia brings a wealth of knowledge in recruitment, training, organizational development, and employee well-being. Holding an impressive array of academic credentials, including an MBA in Human Resource Management and an MSc in Business Psychology, Felicia is a Chartered Fellow of the prestigious Chartered Institute of Personnel and Development UK. As the head of Human Resource and Administration at Taka, Ghana, Felicia is passionate about driving organizational excellence and employee satisfaction through innovative HR practices. Today, she will share her insights on Please welcome Felicia Opoku Felice.
Please do it better, do it better, do it better.
Thank you for the introduction and good afternoon to everyone. I'm very happy to be here. I almost didn't make it, but I thank God I'm here. I was telling Pat this morning that I developed a very bad cough on Monday, and I was just telling myself that my hometown witches, they are not very nice. They know I need my voice for a program on Wednesday, and they chose to attack me on Monday, but thank God I'm here. So I'm very happy to see all of you, and I'm going to share some nuggets on practical strategies for integrating well-being programs into HR practice. I'm very passionate about well-being in the workplace, and it's one of the things that I place at the top for myself, even when I'm job searching, you know. Just as employers do background on employees, I also do background on my potential employers. So I don't just accept any job. There are some job offers I let go because after speaking backdoor to employees or things, you find out that it's not the most conducive of places, and I'll let it go, irrespective of how much the money is, because I place my well-being and mental health above everything else. I remember when I was coming to my current job, which I'm in, I told my current boss, I have 4 kids, and my last one is 9 months. Are you going to create the kind of environment? Because he asked me how I like to be managed. And I said, are you going to create the kind of environment that would make me thrive and settling in the workplace? For me, that was a big seller. So let's all prioritize our mental health. It's very, very important. So I thank my earlier speakers. I think they've done most of the job for me. So it makes my work very much easier. So we can move on to maybe we'll explore the topics that we'll look at. Understanding well-being has been well executed by Ian, so I'm not going to touch on that. I'm going to move straight into designing effective well-being programs in the workplace. So if we can please skip to the second topic for me, I'd really appreciate that. Okay, great. So when it comes to implementing well-being programs in the workplace, it's very important that we align it with the company goals and priorities. You know, for my current place that I work with, if you come there, you would notice that we prioritize safety over everything else. Because even as you are walking to the plant, you can see various safety quotations along the walkway. So safety is number one for us. And we always tell people, you come with your 10 fingers and 10 toes, we want you to go back the same. And our safety slogan is, nothing is so urgent or important that it cannot be done safely. Right? So I had to leverage on this. I realized that this is an environment which prioritizes safety, but I realized that the physical safety was being more focused on than the other aspects of safety. It wasn't deliberate though, but I think that it just hadn't been picked on. So for me, that was like my selling point. And if we want to maintain a safe environment, it has to cut across all the different factions of safety, including mental health and well-being. So it became very easy for me to implement my well-being programs. Also, you need to realize that you need to tailor your well-being programs to your employees' needs. You don't just sit in your corner and decide, okay, this is very fancy, let me just bring it. You need to tailor it. How many of us here have health insurance in our workplaces? Can you show my hands? Health insurance, or you use specific facilities in your workplace to manage your health? Okay. So one of the places that you can get information to tailor your employee needs is, if you have a health insurer, I don't know if they provide you with your utilization reports every year. It's a very good point to start, because it shows you the kind of diseases that your employees and their beneficiaries reported for during a particular year. So it helps you. For me, I'm very data driven, and I like to work like that, because then if you know the kind of issues that people have. So if I take this year's report, I realize that people reported for back pain, and maybe their kids also were reporting for respiratory diseases. That's been the top for, especially when the weather is not really good. They get a cough and the cold. You realize that when you get a utilization report, it lists all those diseases. So it can help you make a very informed decision when it comes to tailoring well-being programs for your employees. Can you please move to the next slide? Okay, so some of the program elements can include physical activities, such as clubs, gym memberships, and life changes. For us, this is one of the things that we're trying to do, because I don't know if anyone knows where our plant is located. It's a bit remote and out of town, so sometimes it becomes very difficult to come to town for people to come to the gym. It's not everyone who's big on walking. So we realized that, Vignari Clubhouse has a gym which is non-functional. So as trying to promote that, also we're trying to revamp it so that it's very close to the plant, and people can access it from their housing colonies as well. So you have mental health support. For us, we have a dedicated psychologist, and he has his number. And we've made our employees aware. He comes by frequently, and he gives us talks on different mental health topics, and they have access to him. If you have any issues, you can easily call him. He's not going to tell me what you told him, because it's it's confidential. And then if he needs to refer you to the right place, he will do that as well. So having good mental health support is part of the program element, and also having flexible work arrangements where you can help people tailor their work to their needs as well. As I said, I'm very big on, I'm very focused, a family-focused person, and I make sure that I attend all the school events for my kids. So if I need to go, I'll tell my boss, today I have to go for, it's multicultural week, or sometimes I chaperone for my school, my kids' school. So maybe today I would like to work from home, or I'll close at this time. So if you need me, you can only reach me at this time. And I think it works well for me as well. And then we also encourage the other managers to do same for their staff, or their subordinates, if they need that kind of arrangement, so that we can make people not just committed to the work environment, but to their personal life as well. So when it comes to implementation strategies, you should look at your rollout plans. How do you roll out your well-being programs? You should develop a detailed rollout plan, a structured implementation of well-being programs, include timelines, responsibilities, and communication plans to keep employees informed. Because what is a program when people don't really know what it's about? You can't create the program in vacuum and then it's just sitting on your computer and in your head. You have an employee well-being program which nobody knows about or even how they can access. So getting the information out there is have a very good communication strategy in place. If you have notice boards around, you can print stuff, put it there. If you have newsletters, if you have what do you call it? Your intranets. Yes, you can post them on your intranet sites for your staff to also access it. Make noise. Let people know what it's about. If people don't know, they can't access it and they will not even use it. You end up spending so much money on something which no one actually uses. Please move to the next slide. So how can we well to daily HR? We need to embed well-being into our HR policies. If you have a program in place, you need to create a policy also around it. It gives it a very structured approach and it helps you to manage it in an effective way. So for example, this month, one of the things that we've done with our safety team is to put in place a stress management policy. So, the policy will tell you about how to identify if you're stressed and what you need to do and how you can get help if you need it. When you have these policies in place, it helps the employees to feel not victimized. And then they know that they can come out and then seek for the help that they need. Because I always say that if you don't look out for yourself, no one will look out for you. You need to look out for yourself first, and you need to learn to identify the various things which you go through, and then you can go forward and look for the appropriate help. So when you create policies, it helps the employees to be knowledgeable about what kind of help is available and how they can access it. You also need to provide training for your HR team and for your supervisors as well. So for us, we have mental health first aiders in the workplace. We've got them trained from British Mental Health First Aid. And it's really helped because as line managers, we see our employees a lot, what they go through on a daily basis. There should be, just as you have like first aid, if someone gets a cut or a bruise in the workplace, if you have a mental health first aider or you're a supervisor and you are a trained mental health first aider, you can learn to recognize some of the signs and symptoms of mental health issues that is going on with your employees and appropriately intervene. The idea behind it is not for you to treat because you are not a certified psychologist or mental health professional. But once you learn to recognize, you can help to abate the symptoms and then point them to the right source of help. So it is very, very necessary that we train ourselves as HR professionals and also some of the line managers so that we can effectively manage some of the mental health issues that we face in the workplace. So including supportive work culture, we also need leadership commitment. It's very, very important. When employees realize that leadership is very committed to what we're doing, it gives them the confidence to access whatever we have to offer them. Leaders should model well-being practices and openly discuss the importance of mental and physical health. You are a manager. The whole year, won't call leave. You don't go on leave. How do you expect your subordinates to go on leave? You need to model good practices for them to follow. You schedule your leave, you take it, don't pile your leave. As I said, nothing is so urgent or important that it cannot be done safely. If you're tired, you're tired. Just take a break. Once you model that, your subordinates will see that this is a very psychologically safe space. because even our leaders are modeling the kind of things that we would like to see. So I will not feel victimized if I need to, express myself about any issues that I have. Important that we involve our employees in our well-being initiatives. When the ideas are coming from them, it makes getting them to buy, even access the service very easy because they implemented it themselves and they were part of the whole implement initiative. Next slide, please. So, after putting in place your well-being programs, it's very important that you measure its effectiveness because you can have a program in place. In your head, you are doing well, but in hindsight, it's not very effective, or people are not even using it, or they don't find it beneficial. So it's very important that you measure your well-being programs. So you need to resort to things. Some of the key metrics for evaluation is employee satisfaction scores. It's a very good place to start. So for us, on an annual basis, if the TACA group does employee engagement surveys, and some of the things that we've picked up, some of the questions they'll ask: do you feel valued in the workplace? Would you recommend this company to somebody? And things like that. So based on that, we are able to pick up what people actually feel about the programs that we have in the workplace. And also you can look at your retention rates as well. It's a very good place to start. If you have an environment where everyone is leaving every week, I think it can be quite depressing, isn't it? One of the activities I hate as an HR, I don't like recruitment. I don't like it. I hate it. It's an activity I don't like at all. And especially when people keep leaving. No. And you keep recruiting for the same position. Oh, no. So if your retention rates are not good, it should tell you something. Something is wrong somewhere and you really need to dig. So your retention rate is a key metric for evaluating your well-being program or even the general well-being of your workplace. So tools for data collection, the feedback surveys, and we have, there are a few wellness analytics software in place that you can also use to collect your data as well. Please move on to the next slide. Okay, so for continuous improvement, you need to do regular assessments of your programs. So scheduling regular assessments and well-being programs helps HR stay proactive. Continuous evaluation ensures that initiatives evolve alongside employee needs and organizational goals. So once you are doing regular assessments, for example, every year, once you are using your utilization reports or you are using the trends from the health usage from your employees, it will help you realize that even year on year, your well-being programs can change based on, what's happening within the organization. So it's very important that we do regular assessments. Slide, please. Okay, so when it comes to evaluating existing well-being programs, employee participation rates also tells us if you have a program in place, how often are people using it? Maybe you have a gym membership, you've gone to buy expensive gym membership. You realize that the whole year it's only Kwame who is using the gym. Meanwhile, you have about 100 people in the workplace. So then you tell yourself, is it really what they need? Because these things cost money. And are you focusing your budget really where it's needed? So you also need to look at your employee participation rates when it comes to your well-being programs. Please move on to the next slide. So when you're identifying gaps in your well-being service, well-being services, You need to look at areas of improvement. So you need to identify areas that need improvement. Whether the such as mental health resources or physical activity opportunities, helps target specific employee needs and embrace overall program effectiveness. You also need to assess gap in resources required. Do you have any gap in the resources that you need to boost well-being programs? So, for example, as I said, we needed to boost our physical well-being in the environment, but we realized that the gym is all the way down in town. It's like an hour's drive, which is not really feasible. Time you get there, you wasted fuel. It's not practicable. So the gap is that we need to bring a gym closer to the employees. Hence, the revamp of the gym already existing. And then you also can also look at barriers to access, because sometimes there are certain things that puts hindrances in front of people when it comes to accessing services. In our African context, we don't talk much about mental health. So sometimes that alone helps people it keeps people not talking about their mental health, especially the men. In our environment, men will keep things to themselves. So if you realize that that's a barrier and there's stigma in the environment, how can you provide discrete mental health services? Because if people feel like they are being watched every now and then, they may not use it if they are experiencing any mental health crisis. Also, is location accessible? As I said, the location for the gym we wanted to use is not accessible. So what do I need to do? I need to bring it closer, look at existing facility, and then revamp it. Next slide, please. Okay. I've had that spoken much of, so if we can move on to the next slide. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Key dimensions of a successful benefits program. So you have to apply data-driven insight, inform decisions about that, because you can't operate in a vacuum and then just sit down and do anything. Your analytics and reporting need to be on point. That will be your reference point, your program in the first place. You have to optimize internal and external resources and technology solutions to drive operating efficiency. So, for example, your intranet, your newsletters, your notice boards, make very good use of them so that you don't have to spend too much. So make good use of internal resources that you already have. Because one of the things that puts leadership off is expensive programs. Everyone wants to cut budgets. You want to do a good thing, but you also want to make sure that you are maximizing your resources and reducing costs. So you have to be very creative. How many people did the left cross over their thumb? So those innovative people, I'm sure you will be well needed when it comes to that section. Okay, so to align benefits portfolio with business goals and talent goals, company culture, purpose, employee needs, and industry market norms. That's a very good practice. You have to manage company costs as well and make sure that you are putting the money where it's much needed. You have to maximize employee value and appreciation through awareness, decision support, and engagement. So, I think that's just for how you can implement HR well-being into your HR practices. But this is just a very short survey from Benefits, Health and Benefits Trend Survey Africa. It was shared with us by our broker, Willis Towers, and I have the permission to share this. So the focus is on Ghana. They did this survey in 2023. I just wanted to show you some key data so that you can take it away. Please, next slide. So, competition for talent and rising costs are key issues influencing benefit strategy. So, they give, it's not very clear, but they give a range of options there, which the companies which they surveyed were asked to pick from as to what influences their benefit strategy, and a lot of options, as you can see there. But the first three priorities for organizations were competition for talent, rising costs, and flexible work arrangements. Next slide. So employers are also facing significant talent challenges. To what extent is your organization prioritizing actions to improve the following issues for its employees? And 71% of employers said attraction and retention for key talent. 79% said work engagement. 76% overall employee well-being, and 88% employee productivity and effectiveness. So you can see that for the employer, their profits is always prioritized. It's always prioritized. What are employer priorities to support their workforce? It's not so clear. But, let me see. Please move on to the next slide. I think it's not part of what I want to share. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, so just a few top 5 conditions by incidence when it comes to Middle East and Africa, including Ghana. You realize that some of the conditions that they surveyed were the top, were diabetes, endocrine, nutritional, and metabolic diseases were the top of the chart. The second was respiratory diseases. And the third was circulatory system or cardiovascular. The fourth was digestive system or gastrointestinal. Musculoskeletal and connective tissue was the last top 5 conditions in Africa, Middle East, including Ghana. Well, we're in Africa, so literally. So these are the top conditions. So you realize that when it comes to well-being, it's not just the mental health, but even in the conditions, there are levels to it. And okay, so please move to the slide where it says employers. Next slide. Next slide. Yes. So the survey conveyed that employers are least active in the areas where employees need the most help. In the employer's view, social well-being is top on the list, followed by physical well-being, third, emotional well-being, and then fourth, financial well-being. But for the employee, financial well-being is top of the list. But you realize that it's the bottom most important for the employer, right? Because they don't want to spend, and then the rest move in order like that. So you realize that the employer and the employee's view is always misaligned. It's always misaligned. But as HR professionals and as business leaders, the onus lies on us to make sure that we're striking the right balance so that it can be beneficial for both sides. Because I always say, if I'm not there, the employer cannot make his profit. He needs me as much as I need him. So it's a transactional relationship, isn't it? So it needs to be very balanced. And as HR professionals, we need to be there to make sure that we're doing that. Please move to the next slide. I think that will be my last. So our key takeaways is that successful well-being programs should emphasize the importance of leadership, engagement, and employee input, and the alignment of initiatives with corporate values for the maximum impact. We should make sure that if we are putting in place our policies or well-being programs, it should be a win-win for both the employer and the employee. That's the only way that you can get the buy-in from leadership. Recommendations include starting small. You don't need to do anything big. Sometimes, in our creative minds, we want to do something big, but you can start small. Even sharing newsletters. I'm blessed. Willis Towers is very kind to me. They send me well-being messages every month. Then I share with my employees mental health issues. Every month, they give me a newsletter, which I tailor, and then I share it around, aside the physical talks that we have in the workplace. So even if I haven't had someone come and give us a talk on nutrition or anything, those newsletters serve me very well. So that is starting small, and it costs nothing. So let's start very small. Once leadership sees the benefits in what we're doing, I'm sure they'll be willing to put in the extra coin for the other initiatives that we want to do. Thank you so much, and I'll end here.
This working? Okay, this is working. Can you try? So, one of the difficulties in speaking after so many speakers is that there isn't much to say, right? There isn't. But we're going to try to help leverage everything they've said, because they've said a lot of important things. And standing on all protocol, it feels like I need to explain my name. Now, this is problematic because I've been sitting there and asking, what's the meaning of my name? The only thing is that I was born on a Saturday. That's the only explanation. All right. Let me test. It's not working. Please keep trying. Dealing with today. What are we dealing with? One word, like the story. What are we dealing with? I didn't hear that? Okay. The topic for this conference, and I'm sure to yourselves as well, this is important, and that's why you're here. How many of us are HR practitioners? So if you're in the line of HR practice, how many of us? STs here. Okay, really good. How many of us are business leaders? You own your business, you're a managing director. Very good. I just want to understand the people I'm talking to, because I want to try and break this conversation down a little bit. Employee well-being is not just the right thing to do, but it makes a lot of business sense. In fact, the smart and as an HR practitioner, okay? Can you go to the next slide? There are two things, typically when we talk about investing in well-being, some of the first things a question you get from your managing director or your CFO is, what is the return on investment? That question, it simply means, I don't want to hear what you are saying. Okay? But well-being. And there are a lot of people who don't understand this. If you're a business owner and I tell you that just focusing on your people will make you more than you can get from your strategy, will you doubt it? You will want to focus there, you want to invest there. But there's a leadership. The bottom line. It starts with, what is our strategy? The first sequence of focusing on what works in our organization. Okay, is the first one. The second one is strategy. Where are we headed? Third one is the operations. Who's going to take us there? And in most cases, a lot of leaders get it wrong because they ask, what is our strategy? What should we? We will look at a case. And I'm a very numbers person. For an HR person, I deal with a lot of numbers, and it's very strange. Okay, so please. And I know a lot of you are pressing your phones, so we are going to use the phone. So please bring out your phones. Can you set up my Menti for me? An exercise called finger on the pulse. I'm just trying to test your pulse. Who know me knows that this whole conference, I could have started speaking at 9 o'clock and I'll finish at 6 o'clock. So I like to talk. So that's number one. Number two, I only have 25 minutes. What I'm going to try in the next conference or the next two conferences, we can try and steal this topic and put it in and still talk about it. Because this is a really important topic. Okay. This is what you're going to do. You need to go to menti.com. Can you please put the instructions? Are you familiar with Mentimeter? It's used to test pulse, right? So you can use it when you go back into your organization. So if you can put the instructions. So the instructions are there. It's very small, but can you read the code is 41863699. Okay, do you need help? Menti.com is where you have to go. Oh, sorry. Or if you scan this, it will take you directly to the survey. If you scan the code. But if you don't, you enter menti.com. I have my is going to help you. I need you involved in this conversation. It's very important. Who is there? You are there. Good. When you finish, someone is here. Yeah. I've already spent 3 minutes of my time. Please help me so that we can finish. With a scan. Immediately you are there. If you say finger on the pulse, immediately you go, you should see finger on the pulse. If you see finger on the pulse, you are there. And then we try and oh, sorry. Oh. And then we pick it. If you need help, there are some technical people going around. There's one there, there's one behind. Vicky will help. Each of you are going to answer the question. And what you see is that the answers are going to come directly here. Now, I'm going to use the data as some Ghana data. But the reason is that I want some relativity with us in the room. I don't want to have abstract conversations. Because the bottom line of having a very good conversation is a blend of qualitative and quantitative data that makes sense. Because you shouldn't leave this room with nothing. Something with an energy to make a difference in your organization. You shouldn't just be seen as an HR leader reading HR policies. You should be seeing driving organizational performance. What we do in the policy is to engage in order, because we know people are different. Are we there? Question. Please roll it. Do you believe employee well-being can impact company performance?
How many of you believe that? Don't say yes, just answer it here. We only have 2
Responses so far. Oh, no, 36 responses. 40 responses. Please keep going. Do you have some non-believers? Okay, this is good. Next question. So what we've established is that we believe this is an important element and dimension in delivering organizational performance. The second one is, does your company have any well-being program or initiative ongoing at the moment? Do you know any? That is, so first of all, there could be 2 dimensions. It is there, you just don't know. Or it is there and you know. So, wow. Can you see the data? Do you see the no? A lot of people in this room currently they work in an organization that doesn't care about the first sequence I spoke about. The sequence is not strategy. If I ask you, does your business has a strategy? The answer will all be yes. The problem. This is the reason why we are having this conversation. This is a big problem. We'll try and solve it. Oh wow, the data. Wow, what a competition. Look, I will try and do 25 minutes, but we will continue another time. Maybe they will do another series on this. Let's go to the next question. Which of the following do you believe is the biggest contributor to workplace absenteeism? Now, this was spoken about recently, well, in about 2 of the presentation. But what do you believe is the biggest contributor of workplace absenteeism? In your organization, from where you come from, what do you see? And especially for some of you who are, you talk to your colleagues. Wow. This survey is not coming from somewhere. It's in this room. Wow. I like this. Okay. How many questions have you done? This is the last question, right? Continue, okay? Keep it. Keep your phones as is. Are we on the same page? We believe that well-being is what's going to drive the performance of our company. Business leaders were here. Academicians were here. Employees were here. We all believe that that's the case. Okay. Some of us know that our companies do not have any well-being initiative ongoing. That's the problem. We need to start to diagnose those organizations. Then we are. There's a big problem here, and you can't ignore it. Next slide. Now, the impact of well-being extends far beyond how people feel. So, it's important how people feel when they come to the office, but the impact of it extends beyond that. It goes beyond even impact the number of days they take off as sick leave. Hours do you think is lost annually due to health-related issues in Ghana? There was some dimension Felicia spoke about. How many hours? Oh. How many hours per person is lost? So I should have put it in context, per person. Per annum due to health-related issues in Ghana. So I see 25 hours, 500 hours, 100 hours. A lot of people are saying 50. That's why 50 is big in the middle. So how many hours, if you quantify, is lost to workplace productivity due to health-related issues at work? A lot of people are saying 50. That's a good one. Can you pause the Mentimeter for me? Please don't close it. We'll come back to it. Like I said, the impact of well-being goes way beyond how people feel. It affects the number of days they take off. It affects their burnout. It affects, even it's linked into how people leave your organization. And somebody spoke about how managers are bigger contributors to it. We'll try and deal with that in the next couple of slides. Let's start by addressing the problem. On the next slide, can you show my slide? Because I want you to see some numbers. The numbers may make sense to you or not, but it will very soon. First off, 75% of all medical costs today in our organization stem from preventable conditions. 75. How many of you hold a budget to your medical health insurance? Now, the number of you who hold this will see this trend. There's an exponential increase, especially after 2020. There's an exponential increase in cost that is coming. Somebody actually spoke about this, that a lot of this is actually preventable. We'll try and deal with it in a bit. So, this means that malaria to work, you didn't get your ounces of production. You also went and paid for it. Because it's not only them that is getting sick, all their dependents are getting sick. This is the reality. If somebody is asking you, what is the return on investment? Let's start talking. Return on investment and value of investment. You haven't seen the money you haven't made because you haven't counted it. And the first thing is that, look at this. In Ghana, 4 hours. This is the survey that was done by Ravico Research, a Ghana-based company that focuses on clinics and research. And they found out that for people who have underlying conditions or sickness that could have been prevented, this is how many hours? You know, 384 hours, that's 2 months in a year. And you pay the best. So as a business leader in this room, this is why I was trying to know which of the people I'm here with. As a business leader, are you happy with these numbers? So investing in well-being will be the first thing you start to do. This is where we are going with this story. Now look at this. 54%. Did you see the Mentimeter survey? Somebody said workplace stress. Did you see it? It was on top. Look at it. 54% of workplace stress at work. It was the biggest one. This was a research that was done by Gallup. It was a global, it was aspect of Africa, and it focused on Ghana. And this is shocking. You know, I was shocked because in this room, you all told. It's a lot of numbers, but I'm building it to a case, right? That even as business leaders, we shouldn't even stress to go and sit in front of our CEO and say, I'm coming to convince you to invest in well-being. Talking about. Now look at this. We did a survey. There was a slight tweak, but this particular one about the 4 dimensions that drives workplace absenteeism. The first one was illness. 63%. When people get sick, they don't come. When they come, they don't work. They don't come. This is the reality. This is what we do. So if you want to impact the bottom line, you need people to be at work and work. You need them to be there to be working. And you don't need them to be sitting outside and incurring medical costs. Next slide. One of the things, can you go back? Good. Can you take your Mentimeter? Show the Mentimeter on this one. Take your Mentimeter. One of the things that surprised me about the Gallup research is that since 2020, a lot of companies have introduced learning working work from home. How much time do I have? I want to count myself. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Oh, you say 5 minutes?
10 minutes more? Brilliant. Okay, good. One of the things that surprised me about the Ghana president was that in the Ghana president, the number of people who reported workplace stress were people who did remote work. I should repeat it. The people in the research, I was blown away. The main purpose why we do flexi working, hybrid work, is to control work-life balance. The number of people who said because of workplace stress, when people who reported were working from home, because why? They didn't have the start time and end time. They were like, this is the reality. So we have a well-being initiative that is helping work-life balance. But in fact, in monitoring it, there's an impact. So we need to be, so it's not just about having a well-being. So look, the people say no, don't be worried. Because there's another part that said yes. But actually it's not working well because we haven't tried. We'll try and get there. So go to the next question. There's a question for you. The next question here is, oh, we skipped the question. Okay, look, is there a previous question? Okay, this is the question. Don't put it on net, but this is the question. How much? You know about time, how many hours we lose. But how much in economic activity? Okay, first off, it's not a trick question. This is not a Ghana issue alone. But how much you pay in the global economy is lost due to the same phenomenon? And percentage terms. Random, anyone should say just randomly. If you know it, just raise up. It's not an exam question, but if you get it, I have a gift for you. What percentage? 64. Who else? In the global economy, every part of the economies in the world, the answer is 3%. Okay, let me explain the 3%. You remember Joshua was presented, right? He had the 2022 data, had the 2023 data. Can you go to the next one? In the global economy, we lose $2 trillion just because somebody fell sick and they didn't come. And think about this: health, productivity, and economic growth are intertwined. You can't separate them. Yeah, this. So if a country like Ghana, with all our problems, we need the productivity to go up, and yet people are not coming to work and delivering. The global economy is losing 2%, 20% of the global economy. So economic activity, 3 trillion. Think about what that would do. Do you know what 3 trillion would do for Ghana? Next slide. Okay. I'm not going to belabor this so much because we've looked at it. But if you want to flip the script and look at the outside, but basically we are saying that if you try and address some of these issues head on, then we know that we are going to essentially improve on our return on investment. And please hear me, return on investment is not your best indicator. It is the end outcome. Because the day you start to focus there as a predecessor or a predicator to the goal, you missed it. And then the value of investment, because you're still always asking, okay, how I'll try to we'll give the CFO something. Yeah, we'll try and give the CFO something. But outside of that, the value of investment is also there. Oh, yeah. So I wanted to show you something here. But in a recent research by Indeed, right? So Indeed did a research. And in the research, it talks about employee engagement. And you know, a lot of companies do the pulse of the organization and they feel it. And essentially what we're saying is that the employee engagement is linked up to about 31% of when you have more employees who are engaged, 31% of your productivity is directly linked. You can't even separate it. The opposite is also true. But when you invest, every $1 invest in the world economy, you get $3.2 back. If you are an investor, and I tell you, if you give me $1, I'll give you $3.27 back. Is it something you shake the $1? Maybe not. So this is a compelling case to really focus on employee well-being.
This is the case we are talking about. Both the financial and the qualitative. It's the most important element we need to start looking at. We've already spoken about the fact that when employees are taken care of, if employees believe that they belong and they are cared for, they come to work happy. There's something Felicia said I very like. If your sister works in a company, every day she comes home, this is the worst place I've ever been. This is the worst work I've ever done. Is that the first place you send your application when you're looking for a job? So the value of investment is understated by employee branding, where people are paying more money to set up the employee branding and forget that the best vehicle on ambassador is the employees. So the leadership consequence nearly starts with talent. It can't be anything else. The people who are going to help us win are the people we are not even paying enough. Because the things they do for us is invaluable. Let's take this a step further. Next slide. So please take up your Menti. This might be the last 1 or 2 activity. I still have about 7 minutes. I've given myself 7 minutes. We'll finish this. This question will be a question about how do you think organizations that focus on well-being does or perform against companies who don't? This is really what the question is. So can you go to that question? Oh, it's answered. That's beautiful. Oh, do you see that? Much better than the market. There's a research I'm going to talk about. Who has read that research? Did you get that report from there? Or you're following the story? You're following the story. Very good. So do you see? This is beautiful. We have about 50 people in this room, and they're telling us that 37% or 37 people are telling us that these companies does better. You are not wrong. Let's look at it. Can you go to the next slide? Next slide. I'm going to talk about, this is a survey that wasn't done in Ghana because it was very hard. I was trying to get data on our Ghana Stock Exchange. Very hard to do, so I couldn't. But there is a research that was done by Harvard. And it talked about, how many of you invest in stocks and stuff here? I want it to be a very relative conversation. If you don't, I'm going to tell you something that when you start to do, you will look for that, okay? So, it looked at companies that were listed on the stock exchange, right? New York Stock Exchange, etc. So you have the S&P 500, NASDAQ, etc. These are companies that have been listed. So Harvard and Indeed did this research. In the research, so you know when a company lists, it's in a group of, so you say S&P 500. These are 500 companies that are performing against a certain indices, right? In those companies, there were companies that were focused on well-being. They said, we focus on well-being. But how do we know that what they were doing was working? They did something called well-being score. So every company, all the employees, this is not the leader going to say, I'm doing well. The employees are the one who are saying that our company is doing so well. See, this is where we measure. It's not about after investing $10,000, say, oh, we should be very proud. No. So in the well-being score, they started to look at the companies who had very high well-being score. And the high well-being score, we call them work well-being 100. So there are companies who actually have that rank. And they called well-being companies 100. The top 100 companies who invest there. In that, this is what we realized. Like you said in your Mentimeter, like you told me, the companies that were in the S&P 500 were performing 20% more. Now, when you're looking to how to invest, there are some technical traders who look for P&E, stock, market cap, blah, blah. Now, the next thing to look for is how much do they invest in well-being and what's the well-being score? This is the easiest way. Now you know the trick that for companies that invest in well-being are doing way better. It's not because they're doing magic. It's only because their employees are driving and they are driving their productivity by 31%, like we saw. It's no black magic. It's nothing. It's just about companies who care. So as leaders, you need to start to care. You care and you listen and don't, like Felicia said, don't go and say, okay, now we care. We'll give you a gym. So we don't want a gym. We want a creative activity. No, we're giving you a gym. That's not what we are talking about. We want employers who actually care. So you see that. I'm happy you are helping me make this case because if I had just started talking about this, it will be very abstract. And I'm happy that we are connecting. Are we connected? Now I have 5 minutes. We are trying to finish. So this is not just a correlation. It's actually a causation. You need to cause it to happen. You actually need to cause it to happen. It's not just going to happen. So in prioritizing your well-being, Some spoke about the culture. It can't be an activity that is here. Our culture is here. Our policies are here. That's not how it works. It needs to be embedded, integrated. If you talk about your culture, the first thing people should come out from, this is a workplace that takes care of its employees. It needs to be there. It needs to be embedded. I'll go to the next slide. Healthier employees drive better results. Now, demonstrating that well-being actually is not just better for the people, it's also good for business. Look at it. Higher company well-being levels are predictive of future company performance. So you don't need a soothsayer. This is it. Here's the problem. There's a big disconnect. There's a next Mentimeter survey. This is the last one. Can you move on and then let's do that quickly. This is the last one. Last Mentimeter. But I want to test if my answers, my stuff is correct. There's another one. There's the next question. So I asked, there were leaders, there were employees here. This question is going to go to the leaders. If you're an employee and a leader, you can answer it. But let's try and get the leaders only to respond to it. As leaders, how well do you think your company is doing in supporting well-being? As a leader in your business, as a CEO, how well do you think you are doing? Now, this scale is trying to set it. So what it's trying to do is that, you see what it says? So when people say no, it goes here. When people say yes, it comes here. But what it's really trying to do is that it's trying to set it at a scale. This scale is trying to tell it, I mean, it's more than half, right? So it's actually saying that leaders believe they are doing well. But I have a question for employees. Next one. This is the last question for employees. As an employee, do you think your leaders are doing well enough? Oh God, I don't like this. Wow. You know, I love this because, you know, it's interesting to see that the room is reacting to the topic and have a deep understanding of what the topic is. Leaders said they were 5.6%. Employees said they are 3.3. This is a problem. This is the reality of the conversation. Now look at this. This stat will shock you. 96% of leaders think that they are doing enough for employee well-being, but only 2/3 of employees believe it. Did you see that? There's a big disconnect. For even people who said they have well-being initiatives in their office. The next time somebody wants to ask you, why should we invest in well-being, call me. So, in fact, who works with Deloitte here? Or has ever worked with Deloitte? You work with Deloitte. Very good. I'm coming to talk about research you did, so that they don't say I manufactured it. Your team did that. It says, in a recent research by Deloitte in Africa, most of the executives they were talking to, similar to this room, they said their well-being programs are so effective. Why is it effective? Because they paid money for it, and some people are using it. Some. So it's so effective. But we went to ask the employees. They said the leadership, they don't have any commitment to it. They just do what they want. This is by Deloitte. I didn't say it, right? Now, how do we break this gap? How do we bring this gap? We need to move beyond the well-intentioned. And look, leaders don't do that because they are ill-intent. No. It's well-intended. It's just not effective and pragmatic. So how do we bridge the gap? We need to move beyond well-intended, ineffective initiatives and truly impactful well-being strategies. So let's go there. Now, I'm not going to focus here because all the speakers have worked on it. It's the same thing, but I have a question. If you go to the next slide, if you're moving to a holistic well-being design, it's not about pets. It's not about fruit in the room. It's not this. That's not what it is. It's so integrated and holistic. So if you look at this, a well-intended, employee-centric, this is key. Well-intended, employee-centric initiatives are necessary to drive what we are looking for and to achieve the full value of a healthy workforce. Next slide. This, everyone has spoken about it. But I have a random question for you. Spiritual. How many of you have multi-faith rooms in your office? Multi-faith rooms. These are places like, okay, you are from my office, so don't raise your hand.
Okay.
So these are places where you can go and pray. You're very spiritual. Muslims go and pray. You know, on Fridays, Muslims have to go to a mosque to pray. Do you know how much time you lose to productivity? Spiritual. So when you're talking about well-being, it's not just the physical. So how many of this are missing in your organization? Is it all, some, or one? Oh. Wow. Okay. We're going to move very quick in the next slides because it's been treated. But basically, I was telling you, how do you go about ensuring that you have a holistic well-being program? The first step. Oh, sorry. Before we go there, let's not kid ourselves. There are barriers to this thing. In the organizations, there will be different reasons why they don't work. But this is the general one, and it was sort of addressed in some of the presentation. When you're going to do well-being program, don't do it and hide it. It was spoken about. When you have a very toxic work culture, your managers don't believe in the well-being initiative. They say work remote, but they say, hey, I need you to be present. That is toxic. You don't believe in the policies, the companies have done it, but it doesn't have the leadership commitment to drive it. So, there are some resolutions there. I'm sure they will share the pack around for everyone. But one, you have to assess the current state, whether you have it or you don't. You need to assess the current state to understand the well-being data, evaluate where we stand today. It's important. The second one, you need to pick the teams and priorities and where employees are struggling the most. In your company, based on like the type of work you do, whether you are an extractive. In fact, extractive is one of the most difficult places to work. Long hours, workplace demand, it takes a lot of toll on employees. So you need to understand where are employees struggling the most and design solutions to help them. Select and implement the initiatives that fits. So well-being is not a one-size-fits-all, but choose one that addresses the real need. And accountability. Leaders. I can't say this enough. You need to own it and drive it. Otherwise, your employees will be telling you, you don't have any commitment. But this is how we move from intent to real impact. Can you move to the next slide quickly? We will not deal with it. We will not deal with this one because it's already been dealt with. Can you go to the next one? So, when we move beyond financial returns, let's not forget the human impact. We are dealing with people, our employees. A happier, healthy employees leads to stronger workplace culture, better collaboration, and higher retention. Somebody says, I don't like recruiting. This is your solution. Make them happy, they go nowhere. Because as HR, your eyes can't be anywhere. The first responsibility of every HR leader is to make all your line managers HR people. That's it. Make all your, because by the time you get to know the issue, it's a sport. You're dealing with an aftermath. You're not going to deal with the dynamo, okay? So that's what you have to do. When employees feel valued and supported, they bring their best self to work. Having known somebody who is well paid, well treated, well, he said, I don't think this is too good for me. This company is just too good. I'm being pessimistic about it. So it's time to shift focus. Can you move to the next slide? Next slide. The old way of thinking that was prioritizing profit over people. But today you know better. Today you know that the most successful companies prioritize people. I already spoke about the sequence. And in return, it drives their profit. And the shift is what HR leaders and business leaders need to embrace. Now, a healthy workforce is not a cost. We spoke about medical cost, all the money you are investing. Now, if you are investing 3% of your GNA or 5% of your GNA, there's a math we do. 5% of our GNA, OPEX or whatever you saw for our GNA, please increase it a little. Add more. So an investment, the healthy workforce is not a cost, but it's an investment. And the one that pays dividend. And as leaders, HR leaders, academics, whatever we find ourselves in this room, our role is to champion sustainable, impactful well-being strategies. And I challenge each of you to ask yourselves when you go back, how can I take our well-being initiative to the next level? Thank you all very much.
So you go to the HR's office, you're looking all morose, and in your mind, Kwame has told us that, oh, Charlie, HR manager, they're the pillar of well-being. So let me go and talk to the person about my problem. And then you go to the HR manager, and the kind of body language you even see. This is the reason why today in Ghana, many HR practitioners are seen as demons. They tell you HR managers are not good. They are, and I have faced that before when I was in corporate Ghana. And when you actually ask employees, my brother works in a very popular company, I won't mention the name. He doesn't like the HR team, a multinational company. They don't care about us. They think about themselves. They're always there for management. They just impose. They don't engage them before. You know, who was it Kwame that mentioned that we've gotten you a gym. We don't want a gym. We've gotten you a gym. That is not what they want. And so they feel a disconnect, a huge disconnect from the HR managers and the employees. Why do you think that is so? So I was speaking with my fellow colleagues on the table about, you know, why certain relationships fail. We started speaking about childhood traumas and, you know, and I had to connect to the reason why even relationships today are not working. So divorce is high. People think that divorce is high because of infidelity or lack of money. No. Those are the things you see on top. The average human being in the country is traumatized. Is traumatized. Now, when we hear trauma, the first thing we think about rape, accident, emotional. No. Even loss is traumatic. Do you know how many women who go through maternity, some of them lose their minds after giving birth? Huh. I have a lady, my chef, she can't smell food, can't taste food again after having kids. Yes. She's just in the early 30s. That's the first time I heard of that. There are women who have lost their ability to walk. Childbirth. You see, life is happening to us every day. How can I'm so full of stress. How can I meet my brother halfway? What will make me connect with my sister? I'm having a bad day as an HR person. How can I still be relevant to myself and to the employee? What is that key thing that is necessary to make sure that everything we've heard here today will not be lip service, but it will be real? You've heard this saying, hurt people hurt people. If you are hurt, you will hurt people. If you are stressed, you will do what? Broken people will break people. It is a fact. And unfortunately for us, we live more with our subconscious without knowing. So when everything is happening to you, oh, so we all seated here with a lot of archives. If you open your emotional archives today, you run away from yourself. That is what is leading us today. Now, I was speaking with Kwame and William, and I said, listen, most of the things spoken here, we all, if we had the opportunity, we do it, right? The people that need, and this is what we call leadership, what's it called? Leadership involvement. If your CEO is high on well-being, this should just be like refresher course for you. Am I wrong? So we saw over how many people saying we don't have. The difference between companies that have well-being strategies working for them from those who don't is not because they both don't know it's necessary. One person just understands that it is important, and it has a very positive impact on bottom line. So we always speak about bottom line when it comes to the people, the owners of the company. At the end of the day, we all start business for what? Money, isn't it? At the end of the day, you want to get salary in your pockets, right? But the money doesn't flow from heaven. Somebody needs to work. The business environment is difficult. It's become very complex after 2020. It's not going to stop tomorrow. How are we going to what? Navigate through and still remain afloat? Competition is not getting easy. Oh, AI, problematic AI. What are we going to do? Are we going to lose our business? All of these things are in the CEO's minds. How are you going to have time to think about you? So the question is, who is focusing on them? It is very important that as we push the agenda of HR practitioners, ensuring a culture of employee well-being, that the people who pass it on are okay. Don't be a hypocrite. You can't give what you don't have. It's useless. So I will start by saying, please, everybody listening to me, your mental health matters. As simple as walking on this beautiful beach I never knew existed in Ghana. I'm just here for the first time. It's so blue, I'm surprised I'm in Ghana. As beautiful as just going there every morning and embracing nature. Just let off the steam. Understanding, accepting that you have a problem. You're not too big to have a problem. Oh. You're not too big not to be okay. It's okay not to be okay. The moment you get to that point in your life, you become an embodiment of well-being. You become the billboard. You become the apostle of it. So that even when she's stressed out, why would I go to her and she could have just snubbed me? Because that's what we do when we are stressed. What made her not do that? There's a key point which I want to talk about today. Everything I put on my slide, I saw it fantastically done in my with Felicia. She did some of this. I'm not going to bore you. I just want to think about one fundamental principle or foundation that once we lay in organizations, everything will be okay. And hopefully, once we're able to get the mental health of our CEOs, executive management, which I believe some of you belong to, or if you're not the senior management, if it's okay from that level up, trust me, we will not be discussing too much. Rather, we'll be dissecting the strategies and trying to see which one suits us. Is that okay? Please take me to my slide. Let's go to, go to slide 5 or 4. Quickly. Okay, let me just go to my phone whilst we are trying to look for it. Right. So, how many of us work in a bank? You're from the banking sector. Let me see thy hands. 1, 2. Oh, only 2. Wow. How many of you work in a highly toxic organization? I don't know where you work, so you can raise your hands up. It's not also showing on Zoom. You know where you're working is very toxic. Lift up your hand. It's not your fault, oh, please. Nobody wants to. Is your CEO here too? Yo. Problem. Okay. But we all know what a toxic organization is, right? The opposite of a toxic organization is what? The opposite. Oh, obviously. But that's not what I'm looking for. Because toxic means unhealthy. Okay, my boss has said psychologically safe. I'm looking for one word. That is the key to unlocking the potential of your well-being culture. You're getting there. Getting there. Sorry? A workplace that prioritizes employee well-being fosters a non-toxic environment. Achieving this begins with a big word. It's called empathy. Empathy. That is it. Empathy serves as a cornerstone for building a culture that truly values. Empathy is that cornerstone of a building that truly values and includes well-being. Listen, if you care about people, well-being will not be far from you. If a CEO, a business owner, and you care about people, this topic, you embrace it very fast. It is so easy for an employer to sign an approval for the request of using an influencer to promote your company. True or true? How much do we pay those influencers? Can you give me some numbers? How much do we pay influencers these days to promote your company? Some of you know, you don't want to say it. You pay them a lot of money. Have you ever seen a finance person saying it's too much? Interesting, isn't it? But empathy is a currency you can afford. I don't have to be the richest 40-year-old man to afford empathy. Why are you laughing? Employers who are deliberate and purposeful in their efforts to reshape, and this topic, anything mental health in the corporate space, is all about reshaping business, right? Reshape their businesses through empathy. Those who reshape their businesses through empathy lead the way in creating healthier and supportive workplaces. There is no employer that can afford this. There is no human being that can afford empathy. But the first thing I asked you is if you're okay. Because if you're not okay, you see, when we go to our hospitals, have you noticed we say our doctors don't care? They don't like empathy. You know the doctors are not okay. Do you know that? The nurses are not fine. Yes. They are not fine. What I mean, and I'm not saying that, I'm saying that they could be happier. A happy workforce. It's a happy clients. Isn't it? Do you know that as a woman, if you are always highly stressed, you risk developing dementia? Are you aware? You can ask Rivia. Rivia is here, right? They can tell you. Dementia. The moment dementia comes, if you don't have money, you are counting your days. So it's important that you see, we take so much, we pay so much attention on meeting deadlines, targets. What again are you trying to talk? Mention them. Deadlines, targets, budgets, profits, KPI. A lot of people have not made their KPIs because they're in the grave. But they'll be replaced immediately. So all of us sitting here are what? Not irreplaceable. We are replaceable. But it can be changed if you had the opportunity to change it. Is that not it? So what is empathy? Simple. Just putting yourself in somebody else's shoes. But you see, you need to be all right, fit enough for you to be what? Self-aware. You're self-aware of how you feel, self-aware of your emotions, and you are also self-aware of your colleagues' emotions. So when I am self-aware, I understand what pain is. When I see my colleague going through the same thing, I connect. Do you get what I'm saying? But it's important that you first start with you. You can't come from home stressed and come to the office stressed and be relevant. It's not going to happen. I was telling my colleague that I don't like going to the banking hall. It's full of stress. The banking staff themselves are very stressed and they exude it. It spread. You can feel it. So I'd rather use my ATM. That's how bad it is. But the banking sector is one of the most toxic companies. It's crazy. I have friends, they talk, I see it. The first time when I finished school, I said, God, give me a job, but not in a bank. That's how bad it is. Because the owners of the business are not in tune with the needs of the organization, which can be improved. Okay? So, what is an empathetic workplace? Can you find my slide? I think that you're showing something that I'm not talking about. All of these things, I think my sister has done a good job. Felicia, I'm not going to talk about it. Move, you can move. The next slide, next slide, next slide, next slide. Yes, so move to the next slide. I've spoken about this one. Move to the next slide. Right. How do we make our workplace empathetic? That is it. That way, all the figures that Kwame showed us, you'll be going, that's the real KPI. As far as I'm concerned, Kwame's presentation, those numbers are the real KPIs for any HR practitioner. That way, finance will be smiling. Because I don't need to stress a colleague who is sick, stress the colleague to take on the person's work, and add on more stress to that person. The person's immune system is compromised. He also falls sick. Then you pass it on, and guess what? You pass on the stress, and you are surprised the year you don't reach your target. No, it's not always about what is going on in the economy. There are internal things you have control over. This same Ghana you're complaining, somebody else is prospering where you're crying. There are companies with fewer employees. They've taken the rest of them as virtual. So they have hybrid teams, so remote teams, and then those in person, and they are doing well. When you see the CEO, you don't even know the CEO. He's like part of them. Because he's all right. So an empathetic workplace is one where employees and leaders actively understand and share the feelings and perspectives of their colleagues. The environment fosters open communication, mutual respect, creating a positive and an inclusive environment. So nobody feels discriminated. Because I am sick, people cannot tell the boss is genuine sick because you think your boss will think that you are making an excuse. Some bosses don't like to hear I can't come to work. It's a taboo, right? Employees are afraid to express their feelings to you. What is that? How do you want that person to achieve the highest maximum? You know everybody has the highest maximum, right? Of potential. But if we do it, now you will see that most of your staff are not even doing up to 50%. And that is the problem. If your employees are unable to achieve 80% of their potential, your company will struggle. So what happens is that you have a dome of employees, then you have set who are doing well, and the rest are not. And guess what happens? In Ghana, the reward for hard work is what? So instead of finding out why there's a problem with this set, you give more work to who? Those ones who are hardworking, and they're the ones that die. Leaving you with a hanging fruit. Think about what I'm saying. Is the reality. You need to be. And it starts with care for that person. There are employees where their bosses don't live in the. But work is happening. They are directed, they are driven, they are excited. They're the kind of people who, when there's a war, they say, boss, sit down, we are going to get the spoil. All because you think how much you care about them. How you give them the space to, how you give them the space to be fine and let them know it's okay not to be okay. You want to go home, take a break. It's not leave to go. I know you have something, but just pay time off. Just go and sleep. Such an employee would die for you. It is possible, but the arrogance we see, what's the thing? Conceitedness in us won't let us do it because the stress of my brother is my joy. Though my worker is not stressed, they're not working. Have you heard that before? Next slide. I pray we're able to change stuff. All we need, if I give this to the finance department, it doesn't need to bring a dime from the bank. Active listening. Are you listening to your staff? And listening is not hearing. It's looking at the body language. It's asking questions. Do you mean, how can we do better? Can we do to make you okay? Open communication. Employees mustn't feel afraid of sharing their feelings with you as their boss. Never. Support and compassion. Teaching and ensuring that every team member holds each other's back. I remember there was a company we were doing an assessment for. And then I was like, okay, so I asked the question. So you as an individual, how do you do this? I said, no, please, madam. It's not me, it's we. We are a team. Hey, every time I tried to individualize, they said, no, we are a team. And these people were they were really frustrated. I had this boss from outside the country who was so toxic, making their lives a living hell. And this team, as far as they were concerned, they were the A team, sorry. And they were so protective of each other. I had not seen it before in my life. And they decided that they would stand together and they actually had sacked their man. I think the owner of the business saw the relevance of the team and decided to choose his losses very well. But you should have a team like that. There are many companies today, you love factions. Hey, this is my favorite. You are not my favorite. That thing is a killer. Recognition and validation. Give people their roses, please. I know you are the boss, but let the person who wrote the report for you, let people know he or she did it. Nothing will happen to you. They won't sack you. Respect everyone based on where they are. And you can must be pregnant every year. Now you dear, you don't do anything but get pregnant. How do you make that comment? You just got married, you just joined a company, you're pregnant. What do you mean by that? You see, the things we say can kill or heal. These are non-financial ways to keep an organization productive. Let's go to the next slide. What are the activities we can do to promote empathy? So today, all of you are what? Ambassadors of what? Empathy. Say, I am an ambassador of empathy in my workplace. Random acts of kindness. Don't encourage bad work politics. Teach people how to be considerate to each other. When you see somebody down talking somebody, don't laugh. Nip it in the bud. All those little things. To you, it's funny. To me, it's not. It matters to me. Do you know how many people go home, you've given them assignment to do, they go home, they can't even think of their work. They are thinking about the thing you said. That is waste. Waste. And avoid it. Perspective-taking exercises. When you are having your meetings, just think of your own idea. Say, oh, Stella, Ajwa, Ama, this is the situation in the company. What are your what do you think? Let everybody say some. It doesn't mean that you have to take what everybody says. It means that you are just giving people the opportunity to be what? Heard. Because everybody's voices what? Matter. Are you getting what I'm saying? Yes. Active listening workshops. People know how to talk, but we don't know how to listen. I'm one person that when you are talking, I'm in a hurry to answer you before you end. Because I assume that I know what you're about to say, but it is wrong. Who is like me? Empathy mapping. So what we do is that we bring issues together and ask people, how does this make you feel? Express yourself. How does this issue make you feel? Then your team members begin to learn it. Oh, okay. This is how it says it's Fuzi. I love the name. This is how Fuzi is. Oh, this is how Ian is. Oh, this is how Felicia is. Then I don't treat you without having an idea of who you are. That is how respect is created. Remember, we all have different backgrounds. You understand me? Value people no matter how different they are to you. Then facial expression activity. Have you seen these games on TikTok that shows you smile, frown, confused, surprised? Who has seen it? As funny as they actually exercise people use. So people will say, let's see if I ask everybody, do a facial expression of surprise. Let me see. In my mind, I'll think Ian is happy. You see how it is? Some people's surprise looks like frown. So it means that we can misunderstand each other. Then you come and wonder why he greeted me and I'm not minding him. I thought he has insulted me. Meanwhile, he thinks he's being surprised. Writing letters of appreciation. Oh, this department, you don't have to leave that to the CEO only. And even that those CEO writings, we know he didn't write it. End of year appreciation letter to the staff. We know he didn't write it. Have a habit of doing it for your team. Encourage it. Oh, thank you so much for saving the day. Writing those minutes for me helped me to make a presentation of Excel. God bless you. That stuff, I'm sure the person will not sleep. Just random acts of kindness to people. Team building activities. We had the lots done today by what are they called? My Health Corp. God bless you. Thank you for that. Mindfulness practices. This one is in the space of my fellow psychologists. But basically, exercises that makes you self-aware, understanding who you are, being present in the moment, appreciating yourself, loving yourself, and then spreading the same thing to other people. So you see, people will say, "I am mindful of the fact that." Be mindful of people. Be considerate. That word, let it be your national anthem. Consideration. Consider people. You are always complaining. What is your problem? You see, when people repeat a behavior more than twice, and you have brought it to their attention and it's not changing, don't assume always that they want to be stubborn. In Ghana here, I have noticed we don't like telling people our problems. So I have a problem, and Woyome keeps asking me, "Emma, you to cry, why? Then every day you are late. What is your problem?" He doesn't know I have a challenge. Maybe I have a carry. I'm taking of a child who's always sick. And the time I'm about to leave the house, the child is vomiting. He doesn't know. And then he's always condemning me. And then every time my child vomits, I pass on the toxicity to my child. And my child doesn't get better. And my life gets worse. That is how we destroy our lives. And it ends up destroying our lives at work. Feedback sessions. Let people talk. In Ghana, the culture is always leaders speak, junior people shut up. No. No. I love when my sister said they do surveys. We don't like survey. We hate to see the truth. We do surveys some companies. Hey, your what's that ego? Be hit hard. When employees tell you how they feel about your service, one time they did a survey for HR departments where I used to work. They scored us 0/10. I had this boss who was hell. He brought hell to the kingdom. And he made us go so low. As great as I believe at HR I am, he destroyed my reputation that time. How bad it is. Let's go to the next slide. Now, why are we not empathetic at the workplace? We give very various excuses, which some are legitimate. You see, when you are overly busy, you know when you are so busy, you can't see what's in front of you. Hello, Ian, good morning. Ian is just walking past. You shouted like 3 times, he didn't hear. Because as he got to the gate, headquarters called him. In the next 5 minutes, I want something emailed to me. He won't hear you if you call him. Then Ian didn't mind me. I now begin to hate him. Who does he think he is? Because of his nice hair. Nicer than mine. He's not my friend. Then, can you believe it? Who does he think he is? Then I move straight. Call me. Be careful about this guy. Ian all of a sudden will see that he's become popular for the wrong reasons. He's not getting favors anymore. You know how we do? Because we have assumed that a moment of what's that word? An expectation that wasn't met, I have created a reality out of it. Because I did not put myself in his shoes. What if Ian really didn't hear me? What if he's really not available? Like, where maybe his mind is somewhere, and I think that because I'm here and I'm busy, he should greet me. Oh. So this is when I greet people, I don't mind me. I don't get angry. I don't know what's going on. You know what I'm saying? No, I don't. We are too busy. See, many families are struggling because of time. The children are crying. They don't see their daddy or their mommy. One of my sisters shared today that one time she couldn't find her phone. She thought she left it somewhere. The daughter has hidden it because she wants to see the mommy in the morning before the mommy goes to work. Yeah. That's how bad it is. Bias and judgments. I don't speak to people who are from the Volta region, so I don't like Woyome. I cannot be empathetic to Woyome. What an Ewe man did to me, I will show him. Please. Lack of Lack of empathetic skills. Some people's personality naturally are not nice. Do we know some people like that? But you know the irony. They're the sweetest people ever. They can love more, like they feel for people more than we who show that we are empathy queens or kings. There's always a reason why there's a wall in front of people, between you and people. There's a reason. You might not be the reason why the wall is there, but it is there. So just consider, just in case somebody broke that person. There are people who will never be close to you. No matter how good you are, they will always run away from you. You know why? You're too good to be true. They're expecting you to disappoint them. Did you know that? There are bosses who expect you to be rude to them, so they are rude to you first. There are bosses who expect that you will disgrace them, or what's that word now? There are bosses who get kicked off their seats by their boss. What's that word? Because you overthrow them. You know, there are people who they kick them and they manipulate the system out of politics. Because I know my CEO, I do a lot of things, and Fuzi that he hasn't done anything wrong. I've taken his position, my boss. He's not dead. Then an email can, they not even sack him. Please be informed that Malandati is now the head of, meanwhile, head of is still here. Those crazy things we do, we are just wicked naturally. But you see, there's always something that can make us better. So even when you see somebody who's a naughty person, your behavior can change the person. So when I see somebody being naughty, I naturally will not come to you and attack you. It won't work. Aggression plus aggression leads to what? Aggression. But when I look at you and I say, Ima, Charlie, you know, whenever we go for meetings, I just love the way you give your presentation. Hey, you know, he won't be expecting it to, because he knows that nobody likes him. But the moment I say, Charlie, Ima, no, I don't say we know the vibe, but man, that presentation, I can't teach me. He will forget that he was a bad person. This is practical. I mean, there is no snob I can't talk to. When you see a lady who's always frowning, behaving like she can't talk, she behaves like she doesn't even walk on the ground. Charlie, hey, your hair, where did you get it from? Felina, it looks good on your eyes, it fits your eyes. Then all of a sudden, she remembers she's a human being. Stress and burnout. This is why I asked you, if you're not okay, you can't be perfect. So please take care of yourself. It's very important. Next slide. Cultural differences. I just found out that my brother here. Hey, you said you are from where? The north. It was Ian I was going to mention. I just found out where Ian comes from. Ian, I thought you were Ghanaian. I've exposed him without him knowing. His name. You see, when Ian speaks, you know he is not a Ghanaian, but he has a Ghanaian name. Then in my mind, I want to make him feel bad because he's not part of us. Africans do that a lot. But we need to appreciate where people come from, love them, just encourage people to be themselves. Respect people who are different. The lady has pierced their ears. Then in my mind, she's a loose woman. Colored hair is not correct. Lack of focus, fear of appearing weak. This one, there's a problem. Let me say meekness is not weakness. Humility is not a bad thing. It is the person's problem if they don't understand you. Stop allowing people to be your thermometer. No, let me do thermostat. Today you are hot, tomorrow you are cold because of one person. It's too much power to give people. Use that energy to be what? Creative. Smile and just pass. Don't mind them. Okay? Anger and conflict. It won't work. It won't work. So let's move to the next slide. Oh, okay. I'm not going to go. Next slide. I don't think I want to. My main focus today was on speaking about empathy. I don't want to speak about the rest because the rest of it has been spoken about. I think I'll just go to call to action. And then somebody spoke about barriers to implementing it. Let's not go there. I think the slides will be shared, right? Okay, let's go. Call to action. Call to action. Call to action. I was going to talk about the impact of the future of work on well-being, but it's self-explanatory. You can read it. So please, we said we are ambassadors of what empathy, right? It starts from there. Prioritize your what? Prioritize your what? You can't see. Oh, yeah, sorry, it's faint. Okay. Prioritize your mental health. It's a call to action. These are the things I'm expecting from us. After listening to what all my colleagues have said, please, it starts with you. If not, all they've said here will be a dream. And then you wait for another year for patients to bring us here again. Sorry, Patricia, it's a waste of time. Okay? Be okay. Commit to fostering empathy and inclusivity and support at all levels, because as HR practitioners, you are almost like a mother to all. Is that not it? Your CEO even needs your motherly care. If you're a man, your fatherly care. Oh, we think the CEOs are okay. We don't know. If you've ever been to the golf course before, let me see. Who plays golf here? When I play golf, my boss, obvious, yes, he will tell me. If you ask him, the golf course, the way women gather together to talk about their issues, golf course is where the men talk about it. Their wives are showing them hair, threatening for divorce, arguing unnecessarily, and the thing you hear men say is that she doesn't understand me. Men, am I speaking your language? She doesn't understand me. And the woman thinks that he is not communicating enough to me. And they're the people working for you. And you wonder why you're not meeting. You won't meet your KPI. What am I going to land on? Develop programs for married people, single people who are single and can't find a husband or wife, people who want children, people who have kids but they don't know what to do with their lives after kids. You better create programs for them. Even menopause. UK, they are beginning to make that an issue. I hear people are losing their jobs when you become, you reach your menopause stage in UK. They are sacking women. Oh yeah, it's the trend now. Train when you are getting to a stage. Let every human being and the life they get to, let them see it as normal. Just give them strategies to live with. Can we do that? Please, embody programs that will support your staff. The things that you think are not part of your job description, they are actually the job description. Trust me, my personal life is your business if you're my boss. Oh, that thing of keep your personal life at the door is a lie. This is why they die. Every time they walk out, they are dead in front of your company, and then you have to now pay what? Workman compensation, what again? All that money you'd have not spent to take care of that person, then you spend it. Thank you very much for your time. God bless you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, Emily made us aware that almost all of us are traumatized. And I was finding out whether I am traumatized. And truly I am. I was trying to find out from the faces of us when she said traumatized, and I noticed that almost all of us are traumatized. But the cure is to have empathy. And I'm learning how to do it from today. I need to make sure that I'll find that empathy for everyone I meet. And I believe we all can sink in and do the same. Let's give it up again for Emily. So we are just ending on some of these things, and we will be switching close to our Q&A. There are so many questions online. Our online participants has really placed in questions for us. But we here have our questions written. Is that okay? I believe you all have our questions written. So our guests will join us. But just to have an interlude within the space, we want to have our sponsors' promotional videos quickly as they play. That's fine. So with the instruction from the CEO, we just want to quickly go through. So let's give it up to our speakers as they take the podium for us, whilst Madam Patience Pranche will host them for us quickly. So let's give it up for our speakers with Madam Pranche for the Q&A.
If it were church, I would have said, are you clapping or you are doing something like clapping? But this is not church. All right, so thank you so much. And I'd like to specially welcome you to the digest session of the conference. This is where we'll be picking your questions, and our speakers will do their best to provide you responses. I mean, after listening to all of them, it is very evident that well-being is a critical thing. It's no more a fun to have, but it's something that we really need it in our organizations. I have some few questions here, and I will be directing them to our speakers. I don't know who would like to go first, but at least I know two people very well. Fantiful Becker, the Udin Bamitri man, Mabo, Jehu. All right. So this question goes to Ian. So when you spoke about having a 360 approach, a holistic approach, someone is asking, how do we have, or how do we make sure that we have a perfect balance for everything that we do? Because sometimes you could start something, or in your attempt to have a holistic approach to all that you want to do, you end up realizing that you have more strength in one area than the other. So the person is asking, how do we have a perfect approach to the 360? That's a question. Thank you.
Yes. So you first start with understanding the needs of the organization, understanding the needs of your employees. That's where you need to start. Once you put those things into place, you get a pulse of what is really happening, where we want to be, where we are currently, which talks about the gap, and what are the things that we need to do to move things forward. That's where we need to start in terms of making sure that we understand the needs of the employees and the organization.
Right. Thank you very much.
That's a big one. But I always say culture trumps strategy. Okay, so every workplace, if you sort out the culture, that creates empathy, like Emmeline talked about. It's very easy to be able to accommodate well-being programs. In my speech, I talked about some of the resistances we got, because sometimes the culture wasn't right. It's very hierarchical. People thrive on that kind of, hierarchy. So if you want to introduce certain well-being programs, there's resistance right from day one. So you've got to fix the culture. And then once the culture is fixed, the well-being programs, most of them are not very expensive, to be honest. I mean, Emmeline talked about, Are You Okay? There is this band, wristband that we produced some time ago, and it had on it, Are You Okay? It's yellow, and everybody has it. And we said, when you meet anybody in the morning, ask, Are you okay? There's no cost to that, isn't it? So there's a lot you can do, for well-being. That doesn't need a lot of budget to make it happen.
Right. There's a lot to do.
Okay, so we all know about the Maslow hierarchy of needs. So the basic needs, everybody, shelter, clothing, food. It's not strange for you to have people living that. At the end of the day, our needs change per the level of life we are all in. There's a level I will get to that money won't be a problem because money is working for me. I now need family. I need love. I need to achieve more and all of that. So I wouldn't judge the person for wanting money. Rather, I would rather ask the person how the person can remain financially stable, all right, while also making sure you take care of every other thing around the person. So for every company that has employees whose needs is difficult for you to assess and then probably meet equally, I would always recommend, if you are not able to, outsource that service. The problem we have in organizations is we like to think the HR has to do everything. No. So I consult for the Supreme Healthcare Management Services, where we provide EAP services. All of these things are things we help that employee. So that employer might need counseling, right? You need counseling, and then the counselor puts that employee in a perspective. It teaches you how to order your life. It's called life management. So you see a young person who has no family, or somebody who's just married, or somebody who is married and is the only breadwinner. The wife is not working, or the wife's money is not enough to support. Of course, money will be important. He doesn't need money to sleep under his pillow, but he needs money to meet needs. So find out why he needs money, and then obviously no company can help you meet your needs holistically, but you can teach the person how to be financially prudent. All right? Yeah. So don't judge, and listen, and don't judge. Understand and then give direction. Yeah. Right. Thanks.
Um, so I think Josh started looking at this in his earlier response. I would say that, for most interventions you have in your workplace, it doesn't lead with money. It leads with understanding what is needed. If, for example, if you have, I'm always using this example because that's the ones I'm very familiar with. If you do have employees working in very, like long hours, high pressured environment, remote locations and stuff, their needs compared to somebody working in the office is very different. And how you address it should be tailored, right? There's no need trying to invent something that is just an invention. So how do you tailor this cost effective, meaningful to the employee? Will be understanding from the employee what works. So assuming you have understood for the employee what works, you also need to work with the employee to know what will satisfy that need. So now I know that you need some form of recreation because you're in a very remote area, maybe Felicia's facility in the bush or somewhere. And the way to their recreation, I'll give you an example. A company I'm very familiar with was going through a transition. As part of the transition, something was going to go off in the transition. Guess what was going to go off? DSTV. DSTV was going to go off the day of the transition because one employer is switching to the other employer and they need to activate the DSTV and it goes off for a number of hours. The type of uproar that happened. So here, in understanding the well-being of the people, if you're keeping people in some remote location, DSTV is important. So it's not something very apex conversation. Simple things about what does it mean for you on the DSTV and how do we ensure that it's existent to you. So this is what I would say, these are things, that's one example, but most companies will be very different. But if you think about a DSTV and how it could impact the well-being and people's satisfaction and their productivity, then you can start from there. Simple things like that makes a big difference.
Simple.
I think the most effective way to measure the impact is to seek feedback from the employees themselves because they are the end users. They experience it every day. as I said, in your head, you think you may have created a very beautiful or fancy well-being which you go out and boast about. But the question you need to ask yourself is, are people accessing it, or is it even accessible? Are they using it? If they are using it, do they even like it? Would they have preferred if you have taken something out or added to it? So always seek feedback from the end users. It's the most effective way you can measure the effectiveness of well-being programs. It's not about how much cost you're able to cut or how fancy or expensive the program is. So always seek feedback from the employees, and I think that's the only way you can measure its effectiveness.
Always seek feedback. All right, so we'll take about 3 questions in-house. I have a question for Fuzi. When we finish taking the in-house questions, I'll come to you. And that's a question coming from our online team, so we need to respond. So if you have a question, kindly raise your hand. A microphone will be brought to you, and then you can ask your question. You can direct a question to any of the speakers here. If it's a general question, I'm sure we'll have some of them opting to respond to you. Thank you very much. Please be very brief and go straight to the point, because we want to make sure that by 4:30 we are out of here. Thank you.
I am great. In Ghana, we have this thing. Man. Aided submission.
Yes.
Is the one causing my mental issues at the job site.
Yeah, I think that's a very good question. I think in my presentation, that's why I also said it's good for HR team to be trained, and also line managers. You know, Kwame said that our line managers train them to be HR people. So if your line manager is your stressor, there are other options. So if, unless of course you have just one person in the work environment who is the mental health aider, then that becomes very difficult. But if you have, let's say, all the supervisors or a few other HR team members trained, I think that gives you a lot of options to move with. So I always recommend that you have at least not less than 2 mental health first aiders, so that there's always an alternative for people to go to. Because what if the only person you have is even on holiday? You know, if the person is not in the work environment, and then what happens? So always make sure that, you know, you have multiple first aiders, at least 2, so that there's always an option for such in eventualities. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Hello. My question is to Hussein. How can you ensure that more employee hours translate into more productive hours?
That's a very good question. So we know that employees are recruited to perform a function that leads to the organizational outcome. So if the employee is at work and he's being given all the care the organization can provide, and he's in a good state of mind, then he's able to increase his output. So the more hours he spends at the workplace, then it translates to more output. Because if you are producing 5 units per hour, and you work 8 hours, you get 40 units. So if you do 6 hours, and then the 2 hours is due to illness or anything of that sort, then you don't produce the quantity. So to make sure that the organization cares for the employee and puts him in a good state to be able to produce what he or she has been recruited to produce.
Hello, my name is Phil. In his presentation, Kuzi made mention of review of shift roster as part of the fatigue management and well-being management. And my question is, how is this going to be planned, and in what time frame should this be rolled out? Like if someone is on 5-2 shift, 6-3, 10-4, and all of a sudden we are going to change it to say 14-7 and others. Within which time frame should this be rolled out?
So that's another interesting question. So for every organization, you look at the optimum shift that will give you optimum results. So if you think that you are on a 5-2 and you are not getting the output that is associated with the 5-2, what you need to do is to have an implementation plan to change the shift roster. So it's something that you work together. It's a cross-functional team, HR, the operations, health and safety, communication. So you plan it, you do a thorough plan, and then you execute. So it takes a lot of planning, and once the planning is well done, then you can switch over smoothly. I remember in Obuasi in 2010, we had an 8-hour shift, but we realized that people spend the afternoon shift not being productive. So we decided to change to a 2-shift system. So people now be working 12 hours. People come 6 a.m. and then they close at 6 p.m. People start at 6 p.m. and close 6 a.m. the following day. But we have to plan it. But we have to involve all the stakeholders that I mentioned, plus our supply chain. We have to get some vendors, and there's a whole lot of planning that goes into it. So once the planning is well executed, well done, the implementation is always very easy.
Maybe I can add something to it. I think you have to start with studying. You have to do a study of the rosters and their impact on fatigue. And we did a similar thing in Ahafo, and I can see some of our mining guys who are writing their mine exams. I'm sure they heard we are here, and they're here. Ishmael over there was involved in that particular work we did. Back then, we did a study that showed that in order to manage fatigue, we have to look at our roster. We had a roster which the employees liked a lot. It was called Super 7. Super 7 means I can't remember fully what the roster was, but they had 7 days that they were off duty. And guess what we found? Within that 7 days, when they go, they normally would travel. They will go to Takwa or some place like that. And most people had second jobs. It's Ghana. By the time they come back to work, they are more tired than they left. And we started to have a lot of incidents. So what did we do? We studied it and we decided we'll go to the 4x4. 4x4 means 4 days, 4 off. It did not give them enough time to travel. So in order to deal with that, we relocated them. We paid them relocation because most people kept their families in Takwa, Takrade, and Pa, Accra, Obuasi. We relocated, we paid relocation, and they came across. Guess what? On the 4x4, we didn't have as many fatigue incidents like we had even on the Super 7, which was supposedly given more days off.
Right, thank you so much, Josh. Unfortunately, we have to end the session here. But before our speakers leave us, we'd like to take 1 minute message from all of them. I know we had some of them in the morning, we had some in the afternoon, but please, you want to take something away from them this afternoon or this minute. And so since Hussein have the microphone, I think you would start for us, and then it will be passed on until Kwame is done. Then we would bring this, I nearly said episode, I thought I'm on HR Digest. We'll bring the session to a close. So Fuzi, you have the mic.
Thank you very much. So for me, people are the business, and the business is about people. So it's people who machines is people who produce the goods and services. So for an organization to be successful, you need to take care of the people. They say people don't care what you know until they know how you care about them. So you care about them, you'll produce, they'll give you all the. For them means by implementing well-being programs that will maximize employee engagement, productivity to give the business successful outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you care for them, they will go all out for you. Thank you, Fuzi. Josh.
I think I would just talk about this particular conference and how refreshing I find it, participating in it. So those of you who have come, I'm sure you've benefited immensely from it. Share the word with your colleagues and friends. There's a lot that was giving out here, and I'm hoping that the next one you even have more people because you've gone out and spread the word. Thank you.
Thank you to Josh. Go out there and spread the word. Alicia.
Okay. I think what I would like to add to it is that from here, those who don't have, I'm sure it's now you're going to implement. So make sure that if you are implementing your programs, it aligns with your corporate values and strategies and objectives. It's easier to get a buy-in from management when you're working from that angle. And you should know that the employee well-being program should be beneficial to both the employer and the employee. So I hope you're going to go do your magic. Look through your strategies or your core values or anyone that aligns with any of the well-being programs that you want to put in place. And I think that should be a starting point for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Felicia. Make sure that your employee well-being initiatives and programs align with your organizational objectives or strategies or priorities. Thank you. Pamela.
So this morning I ended by saying that we need to be intentional. As leaders, we need to be intentional. But I want to add this piece that employee well-being is every single person's responsibility, not just HR. Right? Everyone within the organization has to take ownership for creating the workplace culture that would support employee well-being.
Thank you, Kwamina. It is every single person's responsibility, not just the responsibility of HR. I think next time when you are coming, you should come with your CEOs and your managing directors, because if you go and tell them, they'll tell you just want an opportunity to go for the next conference. But I think we would push more next year to have them around too. Emma?
I think that what I'm gathering from what everything has been said is that we may have to point our events to include non-HR practitioners to attend. And that way, when we let them know that the event is for them, we want them to be okay, they definitely would channel that to the others. And then we have an inclusive environment like what Ian is trying to propose. And I want to use this opportunity to let those of you who may not have mental health strategies in your organization get my number from the team, and then we will come and help you to do that for you. Supreme Healthcare Management Services is your go-to EAP service providing company in the country. And so come to us and we'll help you to develop that kind of environment that you need. But remember that it all starts with you. You have to be okay first before your employees can be okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Emma. You have to be okay first. Don't go fight for people when you leave yourself. And so please make sure you are okay. Then you will be okay to fight for others to be okay. Thank you, Emma.
And finally, I think we've all flipped the script today. Okay, so the first part is that we do know that a number of the well-being incidents, costs related to illness, etc., can be prevented, right, by taking the initiatives to avoid them, right? So that's the first one. The second one we know is that if you look at the sequence that leaders need to look at, the first one is talent, and talents need to be taken care of. And we know that the elite leaders look at talent to tell us who will make us win before they look at strategy, where are we headed, before they look at the operation to say how we get there, and in improvement, how we accelerate it. This is an important sequence we don't have to forget. And when people ask us to justify, the business case is made. That even to make money doesn't just come from the strategy, actually come from a happier, a healthier employee workforce that makes the organization thrive. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kwame. This is a very wonderful way to wrap up our conversation with our speakers. A round of applause for them as they walk to their seat. Thank you so much, Kwame. Thank you, Emma. Thank you, Kwamina. Thank you,
A
Felicia.
picture standing, and then we can let them leave.
Right, thank you, Josh and Hussein. Whilst they take the picture, I'd like to remind you that Sedat's HR Digest will be happening coming Sunday. It's an online webinar for HR and business leaders, a platform where we learn, unlearn, and relearn. Right
you.
after this conference, we'll have a post-conference discussion coming Sunday. If you are interested, I'll be right at the back. Please walk to me and we would host you coming Sunday. And make sure that you spread the good news. Thank you very much. Put your hands together for coming. We are grateful. And at this juncture, I hand over to our MCs.
Thank you. So a quick one. I have a Visa card that was placed outside. If your card is missing, please draw my attention and have it. So we are just wrapping up with all our sponsor videos. A quick one, KEK Brokers Limited wants to speak to us. Please speak to us in 2.
All right, so in 2 minutes. One stressed area I've also noticed is your insurance. Insurance can be so technical and so stressful. So let the insurance people manage your insurance, and then you take care of the staff. So my name is Michael Osedikson. I'm here with the Takrade manager. I'm on the Sedat page. I'm on all your HR platforms. People normally call me the insurance guy. Speak to me. My number is 0249 621 535. 0249 621 535. Very easy to remember. 0249 621 535. Just give me a call on all your insurance issues. If the insurance companies are stressing you, just give me a call. I'll come in to sort you out. Thank you very much.
Just a quick reminder, there were so many questions we should have picked. This conversation cannot end this afternoon. On the registration platform, we have all our speakers still with us. Please put your questions there. We will do as a team to get the answer and forward it back to you. Is that okay with all of us? So please just put your question on the registration WhatsApp platform we created so that we can just get access to them. They will answer it. We will send it back to you as it should be. So let's pick a promotional video from our sponsor, Apex Health, and then we can do our last lunch of Sedat Care. Then we can go. Just give us your indulgence for a quick one. So we need that of Apex Health. That will be fine.
came in Ghana 7 years ago, and I saw how difficult or how we were struggling with all these non-communicable disease, which projections show that by 10 years, 43% of our population, the direct link with the death will be one of these non-communicable diseases.
We have a commitment to fostering holistic well-being and empowering individuals to live healthier, live happier lives, live stronger, and live longer.
My Health Corp is a mission-led health tech company working to promote health, wellness, healthy living, education.
We get to realize there are a lot of issues in the Ghanaian fitness industry. One is in relation to ethics, another is in relation to customer service.
You know, when you're in school, you already focus and plan your life. But then when you come into the real world, when you come into the working environment, it becomes so difficult.
The course provided by iWorks is designed to provide entrepreneurial skills. And I think and I believe that students or teachers in physical activities or physical education, this will be an opportunity to enroll in these programs to add up to their skills as physical education teachers.
And so this iWorks Institute is an institute which is coming to institutionalize and professionalize the industry.
My Health Corp has offered a good platform for me to be able to deliver my nutrition services because it's always about the client.
Please cut this one. We can continue from here. Thank you.
When I got to the
Thank
clinic,
you.
I lost confidence immediately because of what I saw. Old building.
So we have with us Mr. Abuajeminta representing Rivia to talk to us about the unveiling of the Sedat Care. Please indulge him at this moment. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Abuaje, as you just heard. I'm with Rivia. So Rivia is a company that runs a chain of clinics, smart clinics. We have clinics in Accra, several clinics in Accra. We also have clinics in Kasua and also in the Eastern region. We are here also setting up at least 2 clinics in the next few weeks. I think that our time is already fast spent, so I'll just make it very short. I think that the overarching goal for today's session, what we are all going home with, is that we all, as businesses, ought to invest very seriously in the health of our people. However, we know that different companies have different strengths. The fact of the matter is that not every company is currently maybe in the position to invest maybe full insurance for their people for various reasons. So we've been thinking about this as a company very hard because we have the investment, we have the healthcare infrastructure, we also have the technology. And we've been having lots of discussions with Sedat. How do we create a product that can help bridge the gap, for companies to be able to deliver healthcare cover for their people without necessarily having to break the bank? So fortunately, I'm happy to invite here Patricia. I was going to say Auntie Pat, but today I think everyone has the liberty to call everyone by the first name. So Auntie Pat, can you join me here to launch what we are launching today? Is she available? Oh, she's taking, okay. Okay, all right, okay. All right, so do we have the slide though? Do we have the slide for Sedat Care? Okay, maybe we don't have the slide. Our time is fast spent. So, okay, so what we are launching today is Sedat Care. Now, what exactly is Sedat Care? As I said earlier, not every company maybe is in the position to engage a full insurer to be able to insure their people for various reasons. What we have developed is a very flexible product that can fill that gap. So with Sedat Care, what you have is a flexible product that is also tiered, so that every company, irrespective of size, irrespective of their financial position, will be able to provide at least health cover for their staff. This is very, very important. And so I think we don't have the slides, but we will share with all of you, everybody here, since we have the data, Sedat has the data, we'll share the details with all of you. What we are talking about is that it's different tiers. So for instance, for the basic package of Sedat Care, all your employees have to do is pay 30 cities per month, which is charged annually. So that's 360 cities per month, per year, sorry. Now, for 360 cities per year, what your employees get is, first of all, they get free, unlimited virtual care. Now, why is virtual care so important? The fact of the matter is that what we are seeing as people who manage clinics is that 70% of people who come to the clinic for services, the kind of things that they bring to the clinic can be treated. All they need to do is to talk to a health professional. It can easily be treated. Yet these people leave offices, leave their jobs, and come and sit in a clinic all day, sometimes 2-3 days, you know. So what we have done is that we've invested very, very heavily into virtual care. So for this package, you get free unlimited virtual care throughout the year, which means that if you have any kind of problem, if you have any kind of niggling issues, instead of walking into a pharmacy and buying drugs, basically self-medicating, you can actually talk to a doctor, get properly diagnosed, you know, and then you have prescriptions made for you, and then you take care of it. That's one. Also, for the same 360 cities, 4 times you can go to a clinic without having to pay any kind of consultation fees in any Rivia clinic that you find yourself in. You also get discount on all labs that you do and also medications that you buy for just 360 cities per month. And this is the basic package. Some companies, what they do is that because they have a big team, they could buy maybe the basic package for some members of the team, but maybe for more senior members of the team, they would want even more. We also have add-ons. So if a company, for instance, doesn't want any of its team members to buy drugs at all, so they want more than discounts for labs and medications, yes, there are also packages for that, for add-ons, if a company is willing to do that. So we have developed this service so that every company, like I said, irrespective of size, irrespective of financial position, can deliver some kind of health cover for their team. From all the conversations we've had today, what is very, very clear is that team members really appreciate health cover. It's very important. You know, the thing about it is that it is times where you don't have money that either yourself or your wards will actually fall sick. This is the sad part of life, you know. And so companies or team members really appreciate to have some cover for that. That is why we have partnered with Sedat to provide Sedat Care, so that every member who is here, or, you know, so if you are an HR person here, if you're a CEO, you know, we are happy to have a conversation with you. My team is at the back there. I'll also be available after the program. We are available to have conversations to see how we can onboard all your members onto Sedat Care, so that even if you don't have an insurance package, you can also take advantage of providing health cover for your team. Also, because this is a very flexible product, even if you have insurance, because we have companies, for instance, in Accra, who are fully insured, but they have still subscribed to this kind of care. Why? Because it provides certain services that maybe the insurance don't provide. For example, the virtual care. Lots of insurance companies don't necessarily have that kind of virtual care or a robust system as we do. So it is a flexible product that you can use as your entire cover in terms of health cover for your team or health benefit for your team, or you can embed it if you already have insurance. So this is the kind of product that we've created together with Sedat, and we are happy to engage all of you to have conversations about it. We'll also send details of it to your emails, I'm sure, and so you can always check, get back to us. You can get back to us as Rivia or the Sedat team, and we can have very detailed conversations on that. Our time is fast spent, but thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. So, as a quick reminder, we are on. Please, I still have the card here. So, if you have left your Visa card at anywhere, it's still with me. Please pick it up before you leave. So, on a part of vote of thanks, we want to invite Mrs. You have something to say? Say.
Thank you very much. I'm really grateful to you for the time to be here. You have made the investment of money and also the investment of time to be here. But the one that will make me is when I hear the testimony that I came, I learned, I implemented, and these are the results. That is what will make me the most happiest. So thank you, and Jenny, God bless you. Bye.
So let's have Linda. Linda, if you are here, please join me with the vote of thanks so that we can leave. Sponacha, please get me Linda if she's around. Oh, so I have been called to give the vote of thanks, and I want to humbly thank you all for coming. It's a great pleasure having you all. The faces are nice, your conversations are sweet, and I hope our expectations have been met. Let me engage you. Was your expectations met? Fully met or partially met? Fully met. Hallelujah. Praise be to God. I've done your vote of thanks for you. You owe me, Momo. That's fine. Can we all be upstanding and praise God? I want to have a church with you. Can I? Now I'm a pastor back. Give thanks to the grateful one. Give thanks to the holy. Give thanks because he's giving Jesus Christ, the Son. Let the weak say, I am strong. Let poor say, I am rich because of what the Lord has done for us. Give thanks. Father, in the name of Jesus, we started with you, we want to end with you. It is by your grace we are at this far. Please offer to us all travel mercies. Grant us peace when we reach home. Let us see tomorrow as a new day. All glory be to your name. Sedat 2025 edition. The HR conference we yearn for has come to an end. Glory be to your name, in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Let the church say amen. Amen. God bless you for coming.